Oh,
So there are going to be days where I might get called out.
okay.
But I said I don't start until I start next week, and I'm not going to be taking call for right away. I got to learn the protocols and everything.
Are you doing the same basic thing?
Yeah, still nuclear medical imaging.
Nice. Whew, let's see. We have.
Dude, hold the fuck still. What the fuck's your problem?
Sorry, I've got the jitters.
Whoa, are we all here?
No, not you. I was yelling at my companion.
Uh-huh. Sure.
I just speed around rescuing his sister, and he keeps following me around instead of talking to her.
What?
You playing ESO?
Yes. I swear to God, they changed it now to where it takes longer to level up freaking companions.
Like I said, they're doing some big update that's going to totally jack up the way the damage is dealt.
Oh yeah, I already see people in the chat exploding about it. But I play casually. I don't play for PvP or any of that kind of stuff, so I don't care.
Like I said, try hard.
Oh. So are a lot of people on here.
Like is kind of all about the one swing, one kill, fucking move on to the next.
Max deeps.
What I don't understand, and it's more about like games like Overwatch, but I guess ESO and like WoW, it's like where you play a game for like 10 years and you want like new content all the time, but you don't want things to change.
Right?
Something weird about it.
It's the gamer's conundrum.
Yeah.
It's like they like the way things are, but they don't want it to be stagnant. But then when things change, they hate it. It's just a constant vicious cycle.
Yeah. It's like
as somebody who's been playing Destiny since the beta, Destiny 1, it's a constant thing of like, yeah, I want them to do new things, but I don't want them to fuck it up.
Yeah. Do
Thankfully,
new stuff.
they've been on kind of a winning streak lately, so I at least have confidence whenever they announce anything.
Justin, is it like this? Make updates. Not like that.
Yeah, basically. the most recent biggest thing that Destiny had that was a big sticking point with the community was weapon sunsetting from on Light, which was almost 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a year and a half ago. And it was basically they made it so that weapons from a certain point within the game would be capped at their power level, so they wouldn't contribute to your character having a better number. And everybody was like, "Oh, that sucks! All my favorite weapons can't use anymore." And then they're like, "Yeah, or you can use them in content where your power level doesn't matter, like Crucible, you fucking sweat lords." And
wow,
yeah, which is where most people use them.
And everybody was, "Oh, it sucks!" And then within 2 seasons after Beyond Light, it's like, it's fine. They got a lot. We got a lot of things reissued, and all the new weapons were really good. The biggest thing was that there were really only a handful of guns that were a problem because they were just blatantly more powerful than other guns.
Insurrection? No, what was it? What was it? Pulse rifle.
Outbreak Perfected? No, Outbreak Perfected is
no. You're thinking of exotics. I'm thinking of purples. I can't fucking think.
Legendaries. I don't remember a pulse rifle, but I know
there
Recluse,
was
Mountaintop, Luna's Howl, and
Mountaintop was fucking broken though.
And then there was one other one that was just blatantly too good.
There was back when the game first came out, all the way back when they were still part of the one thing. There was a pulse rifle that had one of the greatest rolls ever, and no one ever changed it. It was like Headseeker Outlaw or something like that, and it just two-tap people's heads constantly.
Oh yeah, yeah. Pulse rifles haven't been that good for a long time.
Yeah, I know. I heard.
That's fine. I'm honestly not the biggest pulse rifle fan, anyways. I recently got a crafted Stringer, which is a very, very good hand cannon that feels very good to use. And because it's crafted, I can just put whatever perks I want on it, and it's going to be perfect. And it sounds amazing too. It just makes this really good sound when you fire it. It feels so good.
I haven't played Destiny 2 in a long time. Not since Beyond the Light. I think that's where I stopped.
I liked it a lot.
Yeah, it's fun, but it definitely is not great for returning or new players. The new player experience is very bad.
It was just one of those things of I just
agree.
hit my grind stop and I was just like, I'm done.
Yeah,
So
yeah. At this point, I'm mostly just in it for like making sure I max out the season pass and experience the story and everything like that. Because the story's actually gotten really good.
Still, I've heard.
Justin, can I tell
Yeah.
you my like very super quick review of Destiny 2?
Sure.
I played Overwatch. Cake was there. I played Overwatch for like 3 years nonstop, and then I picked up Destiny 2, and I'm like, it's co-op PVE. This is the most fun I've ever had, because it wasn't PvP, or at least
It does have PvP, and the PvP community is like the worst.
yeah. I was just excited because the main story was like
Oh,
solid PvE shooter, you know.
Oh yeah, well that's Bungie's like forte.
Yeah.
Like if there's anything they're gonna get right, is the way that the game feels to play.
Like all I wanted from Overwatch was those archive missions, which were like, you know, co-op PvE.
Yeah, I remember they had during like the first Halloween event.
Yeah, and that's what Overwatch 2 was supposed to be originally.
And, like,
there's supposed to be a lot more of that, and then they decided, nah,
Yeah, Junkenstein's
more
Revenge.
the same.
No.
Yeah.
I got Destiny 2.
Glad I didn't waste that money.
was that Cobra?
What'd you say?
I got Destiny 2 for free with my video card, and I played it. And I'm like, this is meh.
No.
I get that. It's definitely not for everybody, but it's
Definitely not.
it's my favorite little like just play it a couple times a week and keep going kind of thing.
When I first was playing it, when I first started doing this thing, I loved raiding.
Yeah.
Like setting up all of those things was just so much fun.
I don't have enough people to play with to do that stuff. I really wish I could do that. Some of the best fun I've had was like I've not done any of the D2 raids except for Garden of Salvation, and that one's
Yes.
not great.
There's an app for that. Literally, there's an app that
I know
just
there's
allows you to.
I don't like LFGs though. I don't.
Yeah,
I
that's
prefer
fair.
to play with people that I know. I don't like.
As
meeting
far as I'm
people.
aware, at least the last time I played, it wasn't just an LMG though, or LFG. It was also like there was clans, strikes, inventory management, storage management.
Oh yeah, there's
Like-
a ton of those. Like there's light.
It was all one thing.
There's Destiny Item Manager. I know they actually have LFG. There's LFG has its own site that you can link your Bungie profile with, and I know
Yep.
that Bungie.net actually does have an LFG system as well. That's great and all, but like, just put in the game. I'd very much like that. Like just a fire team roster when you're looking for raids. That'd be great.
I had a set of friends that did that for the longest time for the first 2 raids. We have not talked in a while since. I'm still in their server. Their server doesn't act or do anything. We literally all just sit in the server and don't talk to each other at all, or communicate, or acknowledge the server even exists anymore.
Yeah, sounds like it's like a lot of small clans. That's exactly what.
It wasn't really a clan. It was just a group of people that I was looking for group, and we just synced really well.
Yeah.
But you also get those people that are like, why don't you know how to play this game? Why don't you do this correctly?
Oh yeah, that's
Mm-hmm.
that's my big thing. It's like I just don't want to have to deal with those people.
But if I was to be honest, in the last couple times I did it, there was a thing that you could specifically put that they'll ask you a question. Are you new? Yes. Are you willing to learn? Yes. This person will teach you.
Yeah, the Sherpas.
Yeah.
Sherpas
Not
are
even
great.
Sherpas. They're not guiding you. They're just explaining how this game works.
Yeah,
And
Yeah,
and then you're gonna go off and go do it.
That's what tutorials are for.
That's what they're
unfortunately-
doing.
yeah. Unfortunately, Destiny 2, its tutorials only go so far as controls and how the menu works.
Done.
No, the whole point of raids is that they don't have tutorials, that you have to figure it out as you play. And that's like the most fun part, is to watch people on day one try to
figure that
figure out the
whole
raid.
thing out. It's so
Yeah.
cool.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways,
And-
D&D time.
Okay, so about D&D.
Yes. Yeah, sorry.
My
I mean, there
fault,
is
I
a
started
D
that
in that one,
conversation.
but
There's 2 D's in that one.
no, there isn't.
Yeah, there's D and D.
I'm
I
talking
think
about
that's
Destiny.
Oh, you
I
meant
was
Destiny.
talking Destiny. I'm like, there's only one D in Destiny.
Oh.
Are you spelling it wrong?
Well, they do
It's
call it
Destiny.
D2. So it is D squared.
I don't know.
That's not what 2 is.
I don't know if you're interested in this one, but the friend of mine who taught me Destiny, not me, but their team got the world's first Crown of Sorrows raid. I think. I don't know.
Nice.
I don't know if that's cool or not, but that's what he told me.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna
Crown
give
of
that
Sorrows.
a.
Yeah,
That was in
one-
like
the fuck are you talking about?
mid 2019, I think it was, so a while ago.
Yeah, that was before. What was the content that came out before Bungie split from Activision? That was like the last round of content they did
Yeah.
under Activision.
No, that was not Crown of Sorrows.
No,
No, that was after.
what was happening mid 2019?
No,
that was
no, because Shadowkeep was the thing that Bungie released after they split with Activision, and that came out after Crown
No,
of Sorrows because that was part of Season of Opulence. Oh wait, no,
No, they cut
oh
off
no, that was
when
that
they
was
came out with
post-
that massive DLC.
Was that pre or post? No, that was post Forsaken. Crown of
Forsaken
Sorrows.
was when they post. Yeah, it was post. Forsaken is when they cut from Activision.
No, they were still under Activision for that because a lot.
They
no,
they
were,
released it. Then, well, during that they cut off. There was no like extra event or
Yeah,
anything
they were
going
working
on.
towards.
Hey, guess what? Who cares?
Yeah. Anyways.
He asked. He's the GM.
Damn, nobody listens to him anyway.
All
Fuck him.
I'm done thinking about that. Let's go
Yeah.
play D&D.
Last week, the party followed the dryad Sula to Hollow Pond, deep in the Fey-touched Verawood. It is here that the Bastion, an elder spirit of the forest, appeared to them at last, and crossed the lake. Sula kneels before taking her leave, urging Agarwin to follow. The wood elf feigns confusion before admitting to his friends that he has a mission to continue elsewhere, taking his leave for now, loaning his violin to Adney as a parting gift. Bastion, the ancient white unicorn, gives the party a vision of a dark mirror image of his own form, seemingly come from the Shadowfell, and subservient to Old Gran. Ren asks if this can be prevented, to which Bastion only replies that the doppelganger is his burden to bear. Octavian confirms the Bastion does not serve Nire and suggests that the Archfey is responsible for the convergence of the shadows and the Feywild in this place. Octavian requests that the spirit lead them safely to the east, back to Altair proper, deciding to leave the threads of Vanador in the west for another day. With this, Bastion leads the party east, noting a strange flickering across the sky from horizon to horizon, like a glittering dome. Emerging from the forest at long last, the party finds old allies, Alis and Varn, waiting. Alis explains that Barney Bafflestone himself, purportedly on his deathbed, told them the exact time and place to meet the party. They found that 6 months have passed. Ren questions Octavian's choice to keep the hilt of Vanad, as Versailles and Lucan weigh in on the dubious choice. Octavian reaffirms his belief that he can help the people of Vanador find a better future, as Ren, Lucan, and Deflator debate the nature of fate. Alis explains that the entire continent is looking for Princess Ethelind, and Ren confirms she is alive and safe, but keeps Adney's identity a secret for now. Alis and Varn explain that Queen Aelswith has militarized her closest allies into a secret society named the Black Veil, led in part by Candle, Lamless, and her sister Elise, and others. The archivist has selected a new puppet abbot to lead the church, who claims that the god Tyr himself rules Hanan, and his will is infallible. Ren reaffirms their desire to meet their ship in Eris Serene, but Alis breaks the news that due to the Dwarven incursion in the south, defense measures are in place and all travel must be registered. She offers to make an introduction to one Lord Killian who is staying at the manor and can secure the necessary paperwork. Reeling from this news, the party consents to rest in a large house where Alis helps tend to the sick. Tufa takes the party across the river as Alis stops to trade with the Ashwoods, a clan of elves who live at the foot of the Echo Mountains. Arriving at their destination, a large manor called Darrigan House, or sometimes Darrigan Coven, a collective of healers and scholars who lend aid to the indigent or sick, using herbalism and some magic, led by one Mother Darrigon, a wealthy widow from Altair who maintains the estate. The party notices stables with a peculiar metal warhorse. The housekeeper, Lorelei, greets the party and leads them to a drawing room where several guests are being entertained by a dragonborn bard, Kaldak. The party briefly meets a half-elf Joradan of the Ashwood clan, as well as one Miss Hyacinth, a human traveler, before another lodger, a war-forged paladin named Safeguard, greets them, explaining that he comes from Hannon and is still loyal to Queen Aelswith. The party clears the other visitors from the room before Adney reveals herself and confirms Safeguard's story. Meanwhile, Lucan has raised 4 undead to protect the party if need be. However, Lorelei, suspicious, insists his men lodge in an outbuilding, as they are not in the business of quartering soldiers. Varn goes to his room to work on his crossbow, practicing his 360 no-scope, and as the others bed down for the night, an elven woman with traits of moon and wood appears and offers to take over for Lorelei, introducing herself as Lady Fawe, an instructor of herbalism. She notes that Lord Killian will be back the following evening, having made an alliance with a ship captain who can protect trade and passenger ships. The party settles down with Versailles and Lucan finding there is only one bed left to share. An awkward conversation ends with Versailles consenting to share the bed as Lucan passes out, snuggling her accidentally. Versailles commenting, "What are you doing, step necromancer?" Octavian is left to ponder his choices with Wolfhair and the future of the Vanadori. Versailles offers some words of comfort as Lucan comments that the true heart of Vanador are its people, not walls and empires. Lucan reaffirms that he will stand by Octavian if he intends to restore Tychon and her people. Meanwhile, Ren steps out on the overlook for some fresh air, finding Fawe unable to sleep. They exchange some history before deciding to let the morning bring new light and new perspective.
Yay.
Hooray.
And
That
give
was
me-
a thing.
Yes. And that is where we end. Thanks, everybody. Hopefully next week we can meet again.
And have the same review again. Sounds
Yes,
great.
I know. Let me check something.
Sorry about that. I had to pull my mic.
Why would happen?
I started laughing.
All right.
Great, you're gonna kill the goblin before we even get started.
I know, right? All right.
Nothing ever will kill that man.
So this is where we begin. As you settle into a deep slumber, the first time under a proper roof in quite some while, you might dream about your time in the Fey-touched Verwood, or pore over the battle with the Winged Madness, reliving wounds and hits again and again. Likely undisturbed by the occasional noise from the hallway or the rooms across the hall. But for some of you, the dreams take on a nightmarish quality. Ren, back aboard the Sunder, except now you are the captain. You've had this dream before. The crowd is cheering for you. Fox, Bedrock, Squall, others in shadows. There's a pile of bodies being thrown overboard into the churning sea. Looking down, you see your claw weapon covered in blood as Devil comes up to you, handing you the seafoam green amulet. "Captain, our heading?" he asks, a smile creeping across his face, which begins to melt into a bright red puddle of blood. Versailles, you are back in the grove of the Moonhound, the Winged Madness looming just ahead. A Garwin is loosing arrows before you, before being grabbed by nearby vines, pulled into a tree, gone from view, his laughter audible all around the forest. The others are shouting, trying to find a weakness in the monster's hide. You are poised, ready to strike again at the beast, when its head rears back, flame erupting from its maw. Once again, you are paralyzed by fear, unable to move, as the gout of fire races towards you. You're willing your feet to move. They must move, but they will not. In the center of the flames, 2 hands seem to appear. You feel the heat, the searing pain, then cold, clammy fingers wrapping around your throat. You're pushed backwards, the grove disappearing from view. Your head slammed against a stone wall, back in the Coven's home. Pinned, the scent of decaying flesh overwhelming your senses. The fingers began tightening around your neck, cutting off your air. Gasping for breath, you might fight against the attacker, flailing about. But you can't speak as the grip tightens. Dim light reveals putrid flesh-covered arms, torn clothing covering a body, and the zombie-like face of your father. He's snarling, a twisted smile on the rotten face, skin hanging off in strips. He tightens his grip one more as the vision fades to black. Deflator, and I realize Leg is not here, would have a vision of the Raven Queen whispering into her ear. The Fey woman has broken the truce. The place where you saw the sacred stone tablet. This is where we soar peace. Nire stays in her pocket. I stay in mine. But she is breaking the bonds separating our realms, and it is affecting my goals. I would like to know what is in that tree at Zekdiem. We may investigate one day, but either way, we will kill the Fae. I cannot do it alone because I am bound by the pact, but you, my chosen, can. Come, let us make preparations. Lusanne, you enjoy a dreamless sleep for the first time in quite a while.
That sounds nice.
Yes. And Varn, you have a dream about Barney Bafflestone and the last time you saw him. He's referring to what he can do as magic rather than something else you think it might be. And this bothers you in a very deep way. As golden fingers of light creep along the floor, across furniture legs and up to the sleeping party, caressing each with a warm sweep as if to inform you it's dawn, a bright blue sky can be seen from beyond the open curtains, kissing the Echo Mountains with a blanket of light, giving you a glimpse in the distance of the pink-hued wood beyond to the north. The sounds of animals and people providing a serene cacophony from outside. Fresh folded clothing lay beside each of you. Note, saying that these would replace your old clothes until the latter were washed. Breakfast will be in the grand dining hall when you're ready, and hot baths are available. Ren, as you awake, you have not gained the benefit of a long rest, and your max HP has dropped by 5. Versailles, as you awake, you also have not gained the benefit of a long rest, and your max HP drops by 5. And the party would notice that the Lady Deflator is gone.
Dun dun dun.
Interesting.
Alice, is my room in like the basement, or is this is
Yeah.
this like first-ish floor?
Yeah, so that's the first floor, which is accessible at ground level from the back. The second floor, the main floor, which is accessible from a staircase from the front.
So
And have you ever
this
seen a house like
this
that?
is first floor, I'm assuming, or no wait.
Yeah, you're on the first floor / basement, like the ground floor, and the second floor is the main floor.
Yeah.
All right, so this is the main floor. This is the this is the one on the bottom.
Just call it the
This
basement.
first floor, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, it's the basement. All right. Yeah, so when Varn goes and wakes, he's going to shriek and crawl under the bed, bitching and complaining in Goblin. That it's not magic, it's technology. He's a technomancer. He's not a mage. And Any who would look in under the door would see glowing red eyes under the bed, like a little
He's a
fucking
cat.
monster.
Got it.
Because he's a goblin, and that's what goblins are. They're monsters. I am the monster under your bed.
I'm scared of you, though.
No, you should probably be more worried about the crossbow that's under the bed than him.
Probably, yeah. That thing is deadly. Well, granted, it only has a +5. But it's the damage that's kind of terrifying.
Yeah. It's definitely not gentle.
No. It's just a matter of hitting. Anyways, I'm
Well-
sorry I interrupted whoever was going to talk next.
No, that's fine. Yeah, so, what, like, I mean, it's probably what, early, is it summer at this point, or?
No, it's late. No, I'm sorry. It's actually early spring.
Early spring, so it's probably what, maybe 7-ish in the morning, 7, 8?
Mhm.
Alright. So by the time 9 rolls around, Varn will finally crawl out from underneath the bed. And make his way up to breakfast, bitching and complaining that his clothes are gone again! And then he's gotta find out who the hell keeps taking his clothes. Continue. Someone. I mean, I will keep going, but Lord only knows where that'll go.
Ren, do you want to go next?
I don't have anything.
You don't. No
Um,
reaction at all.
Ren, as you awake, how are you feeling?
It's a normal thing. Sorry.
I guess friend feels like shit. I mean,
Opening your eyes, you would probably notice. Cake, I assume that B is snoring. Is she waking up?
Yeah, no, she's conked out, waking up slowly but surely.
Yeah. Ren, you would see B still sleeping, probably breathing, pretty heavily, and you would notice that Adney is not in the room.
I guess Ren would leave the room.
As you leave the room, you would find Lorelai coming out of this room, and she has an armful of linens, and she's just coming out, and she says, "Ah, Master Ren, good morning. Breakfast is served downstairs. I'm just tidying up. Don't mind me."
Have you seen one of my companions this morning, the young girl?
Oh, her. I haven't seen her, but there's a few in the breakfast room downstairs on the main floor. She might be there.
I guess Ren would look there.
As Ren goes downstairs, what's happening with in the party room with Octavian, Versailles, and Lucian?
Okay. So Versailles will wake up with a gasp. And then sit straight up, trying not to wake up Lucian as she holds a hand to her head, trying to figure out what the hell just happened.
His eyes are shot open when you move suddenly. So, a question. Pick an odd or an even number.
Who?
You.
Oh, shit. 6.
I just meant odd or even.
Oh, that's even.
Okay. All right. So, okay, you picked good, ish.
It's never good for
He-
Lucian.
Now he will wake up and his eyes will snap open, and look up. What?
Nothing, just a nightmare.
Hmm. Are you going back to sleep?
I think it's better I stay awake.
It's daytime, so I think that would be good too. By the way, if you picked odd, he would have dimension doored you away.
That would not.
You can't dimension door someone without their permission.
Them being willing. That's the only stipulation. They have to be willing, and I don't think she would probably turn him away.
Well, you would have to go with, because it's you bring them with you.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant. I'd dimension door with her away.
Yeah. To where? Or we're not going to find out.
To the shed with the skeletons.
Oh,
Yeah, that would have gone over really well.
Lovely.
Well, I mean, they're not skeletons. They don't look like skeletons right now.
Yeah, they are
Yeah,
like
but after
dressed
the
in all
dream
sorts
she
of
just had, it
shit.
wouldn't have been good.
No, just armed escort. If you had woken up screaming, that would have been a lot more violent.
Hey, Ellis, real quick, would you be okay with me changing my ASMR version over to the new one? I'm keeping like all the same bonuses and everything like that. It's just I don't know. I'm rereading a little bit of the stuff. I like the
Were you protector?
Well, no, not Protector. So ASMR got reworked a little bit with Monsters of the Multiverse.
Oh, I didn't get that book yet.
Yeah. So the main difference.
Well, you still
is,
have access, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the main difference is healing hands, instead of it being equal to my level, I roll d4s equal to my proficiency bonus, and then the radiant consumption changes to all of the racial powers at third level change to bonus actions to activate instead of a full action, but they do less damage. So like radiant consumption no longer damages me, but it only does my proficiency bonus to creatures around me, and the attack, like the first attack or spell that I hit with on my turn, I only add my proficiency bonus, not my level.
Has anyone looked at the cover for Monsters of the Multiverse?
Not really.
I will send it. It looks really cool, but also really funny if you know who that is.
Well, it's Mordenkainen, right?
Yes, and more than anything, if you know, he is very in his own head with an inflated ego, so that is probably greatly exaggerated to what probably happened.
Yeah.
I don't think he's sailing through space on a unicorn.
Maybe. But are you
Part in rainbow, so it can't be him.
Like nothing else in my character, like stats wise, changes other than my abilities.
I don't think you've ever asked me for anything, Justin, so you have my blessing.
Okay. I just mostly want to keep it like more current, and plus, radiant consumption is cool, but having to waste my action to do it is kind of shitty.
Yeah.
So I'll take a nerf to its damage if I can activate it more easily.
Sure.
Now it's just another thing I have to have my bonus actions fight over.
Sure.
All right, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Nothing changed with Dragonborn, right? Doesn't look like it.
Dragonborn got changed in Fizzbands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's nothing changed with them. I see that now.
I'm still gonna go and punch him for my full level worth of damage, though. Even if it's only once per long rest, I think.
Yeah.
Because fuck them.
All right.
Do you mind letting me go, Lucian? I'd like to get up, please.
Yes, of course. He will move his arms off very mechanically, and then roll over.
But I need my teddy bear.
It's my Versailles bear. Never mind. Taking that back. Didn't realize what that was until it came out of my mouth.
Be careful. One of us can probably go and stitch. I'm pretty sure if we ever found out, you would go and wake up with a freaking stuffed creature next to you. We'll go and
Well,
stitch you a
Versailles
new
does
one
not
for
sound
everyone in the
working,
party.
little plushy Octavian.
Right? Just change it out every night. Go to bed with one, wake up with another, just for shits and giggles. Oh yeah.
Jeez.
Oh, you know what we need? We need Funko Pops of the whole party.
Oh God.
That's what I
I
want.
could do that.
Yeah.
I'll see what I could do.
No, Hot Toys. $400 Hot Toys. I'm gonna mute up now.
Only if we can sell them ourselves.
Anyways, you will get up and dress. And
Is
then
my
use magic. Go ahead.
my armor still in the room, or did they take that too?
No, so they would have only taken dirty clothes that were on the floor. They wouldn't have touched any armor, and if anyone went to bed fully dressed, they wouldn't have undressed you, but they would have left you some fresh clothes.
That's really good. I wasn't wearing much underneath my robe.
Oh,
I had underwear. On.
you know what?
It's a loincloth.
Don't need to know. I actually,
In a place that has level of hospitality to them.
Octavian, you would actually find a gray linen 3/4 sleeve tunic with a woven leather belted tunic with russet trousers. And Ren, I know you left, but you would have seen light blue long sleeve tunic with white loose fitted trousers and a brown colored robe, which you could have dressed in, or if you went to bed in your regular robes, then you still have those available, of course. Lucianne, in your room, you would see some dark brown trousers and an oversized green hooded robe. And B, when you wake, you would find that, due to your height, that it looks like they had quickly sewn together an asymmetrical kind of long dress in varied hues of blues with a layered effect. And there's an orange paisley sash to accent. Versailles, you would find a casual dark blue dress with a square neckline and a white sash belt with some dark leggings available for you.
I would look cautiously at the green robe, but still put it on without giving outward appearance.
Lucianne, I'm going to need a wisdom saving. No, I'm just kidding.
That wasn't what I meant, but sure, I'll do.
JK.
You're gonna need a wisdom saving
Wow.
throw because it's green and not yellow, which is your complementary color.
It's
It's
true.
unacceptable.
They had to use what they could, guys.
Did they have to use the sheet?
So, Ellis, did we ever discuss a place for the baths, or we'll just randomly say they go off to bathe?
Oh, yeah. If anybody wanted a bath,
Bathe in the fountain.
yeah, they're. Let's say that
The
there's
water feature.
Yeah, let's say that there's unpictured bathrooms attached.
Okay.
I
For
will
your-
take.
The
Lucian will
fountain
definitely take
outside
it
is
back.
where you'd find Varn.
Yeah, in the
Because we
fountain.
all know that if they're gonna bathe, it's gotta be running water and it's gotta be, I don't know, fucking out in the middle of nowhere or something. It's a fucking goblin. Do they even bathe? I don't know.
I wish we had talked before Varn, because imagine if Ren comes out of the room and Varn is bathing like right here, and he's like naked, splashing around in this fountain.
He just waves and goes
Ha!
back to.
Yeah. Hi, Ren.
Wanna come in? The water's fine.
He has bubbles and a
God.
little duck. Outstanding.
The bubbles aren't soap.
That's right.
Oh,
I will.
oh.
Octavian will gladly partake in a bath because it's probably been a while since he's had one. It's probably been a while since we've all had one.
Very long time, yes.
So I'm assuming it's probably best that everyone does one at a time.
I mean,
Or both the
Lucian,
guys can go, but
Lucian would probably wouldn't mind going with Octavian. That's up to him now.
No, Varn would definitely go outside and go and find like a stream or I don't know, a puddle somewhere and do his washing.
Yes, and you'd notice that in the hall, there's certainly no shortage of maids and footmen, who can assist with fresh towels and refresh the
Woo-woo.
baths with different oils and things. A little lavender would be nice, things like that.
It's
I
funny that-
noticed that Deflator was sleeping in our room beforehand, and I noticed she's not here.
Yes, as you awake,
She's-
you would notice that the Lady Deflator appears to be gone.
She's probably just downstairs eating.
Maybe.
Does
She's
she
Or torching
normally
a
not
tree.
one for. She's normally not one for waking early, though.
Oh. Well, I can't imagine that it's all too comfortable to sleep in a chair. Goodbye. No, I'm coming.
Okay.
Ren, would we say that you would have gone downstairs, or would you say that you've run into Octavian as you're heading downstairs?
Ren would go downstairs immediately.
Great. If you don't mind, the staircase. Hold on, let me make sure I get the right staircase.
It goes down like right here. on
Yeah,
this
right
one, I
here.
think.
Yeah, do you see down here on the main floor, Ren?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you come down here.
I got me.
Yes, there would be a footman passing who would direct you in this direction and down this hall, and then in this room. And I will get my reveal tool out. If you give me one moment.
You're streaming, right?
I believe I am. Yes.
All right.
Entering the dining room, you would see Alice sitting at the table. She's sipping a hot beverage and she's looking over some parchment. Adney is indeed seated next to her, and she's dressed in clean traveling clothes, a simple white shirt and some tan pants. As you enter, she's cramming an oversized cinnamon roll in her mouth, and she looks up and she sees you come in, Ren, and you'll see that she kind of reduces the bite by a bit more than half and takes a much smaller bite, and she clears her throat. Good morning, Ren. Master Monmo has graced us with a feast.
Which kind of nods. Looks good. Haven't eaten like this in quite a while, it feels.
Yes. Surveying the scene, you would see large platters with fresh fruits, such as sliced apples, peaches, strawberries, and grapes. Fresh, soft goat cheese lay on a clean white cloth beside jars of jam and honey, and baked bread, which is still warm to the touch. Steamy cloches lay ready with ham and eggs beneath, and there's a large kettle in the center of the table, which fills the room with the rich aroma of fine tea. The half-elf Jordan, who you might remember from the night before, and the bard Kaldak appear to be arguing over a small device in the corner, as Alice looks up at you and smiles and says, "Good morning. The latest news from Eastbridge should be here in a moment." And she's holding a large blank broadside, big blank piece of paper, and there's a quill that lays on the table.
Are there lemons?
Yes, indeed. There's a bowl of lemons on the table next to the teapot and the teacups.
Ren will make a glass of lemon water, and he'll mostly eat fruit.
Yes, you would have your choice. There's a pitcher of cold water with ice floating in it, and then, of course, there's the hot water in the center. There'd be hot water near the tea.
Definitely cold water.
Yes.
Nothing like hot lemon water. Sounds great.
I was
It actually is.
Yeah, I was a waiter for a while, and that was definitely something that the more senior of our guests would order. It's hot water with lemon.
As far as what Octavian eats, he'll take the tea and lot of meat, breads, and some of the eggs. 'Cause, protein.
Yes.
I think Lucen would just take whatever's in front of him and start eating with very little abandon.
Luxury.
Food. He even reaches down for his bag to pull out his thing and realizes there's actually tea in front of him. So he's eating with reckless abandon.
Excellent. After a moment, you would see, entering the room, you would see a large human male, about 53, with ruddy skin and dark brown eyes and auburn hair and a beard, very heavy set, good-humored, wearing chef's clothes. And he comes in. and he's filling up the dishes and the cloches, and he's bringing in some more tea, and he says, "Aye, masters, Monmo at your service. If there's anything you all need, you just let Monmo know."
Thank you. It is more than enough.
Alis looks and smiles, and she says, "Monmo, wonderful as always. I think everyone's very happy. You should come back in a few minutes. I think the new Capfeather Chronicles will be here." "Oh, I can't wait to hear that. It always gives Monmo a laugh." And he starts walking out with some empty trays and empty dishes. And he disappears down this hall.
The what Chronicles?
Alis would say, "Oh, I keep forgetting. You've been away for a while."
Yes, more than we realized.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, it's well, it's something of a column. There's information coming out of Hannon, specific to the Queen's resistance, as it were, and we're able to get updates. You'll see in a moment. And she lays the paper on the table, and she's looking at it expectantly. And she'd say one of the highlights is the Capfeather Chronicles. It's written by someone, a bit of a mystery man. His name is Sir Quiverful, and he's so called because his quiver never runs out of ammunition against tyranny, as he says.
Clever.
And as you're waiting, you would see that the quill actually springs to life, and it begins writing. It begins drawing a big border on the broadside, decorating it, and as it goes round, you see it begin formatting type onto the page as it begins writing out what looks like a large newspaper. And Alis claps her hands and she says, "Ah, see, Adney? I told you it wouldn't take long. Have you ever seen this before? It's wonderful." And Adney's just looking at it and she says, "I've never seen anything like it."
Lucan, what manner of magic do you think is produced such a thing?
I knew you were gonna ask him. He looks up with food.
Who else was I gonna ask?
Right. He looks up with food in his mouth. Huh? Oh, Hang on, I actually had to look this up real quick. I had to look up what the actual. Okay, it's evocation, really? Huh? I didn't know that.
Are you doing an Arcana check, Lucan?
I can. I was just looking for what specifically spell or what school sending came from.
Ah, yes.
But I could definitely do an Arcana check.
You've sussed it out, Lucan. Actually, forget the check. You were smart enough to realize that this quill has a modified sending spell.
That's exactly what I was thinking when I saw it. I was like,
Well
it looks
done.
like a form of sending.
Yes.
But I didn't know that sending was evocation. That was something else.
Yeah, well, evocation.
Well,
is
you're sending a
literally just
message.
like- yeah, it's literally like you just produce effect.
That
It's a
is
very
true.
catch-all kind of.
Yeah,
term.
evocation is like the creation of energy in some fashion.
Makes sense. So after clearing his throat and drinking down some water, it appears to be a type of evocation, if not some sort of sending spell. Kind of like, well, actually, before I even say this, Ren, have you shown the sending stone to other people?
Yeah, Ren brought it up when they were in that dark forest that kept bringing them back to the center.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It like Ren's sending stone. It looks like a version of that.
Likely without the word limit, if I understand the spell correctly.
Seems like it.
Very useful.
Versailles, are you having trouble finding a seat?
I'm just assuming she's sitting between Jordan and
Yeah,
Octavian at this point.
Yeah.
I just noticed you dance around the room for a while.
Jordan's actually he's standing. He's in a conversation with Kaldak in the back corner.
And
Yeah, I think we can
Versailles,
assume
of course,
the room is
had
probably
taken a
not to
bath.
scale.
Yes. What's that, Octavian?
I just said I think we can assume that the room is not 100% to scale.
Yeah, there's enough
No.
chairs.
But yeah, Versailles had bathed and changed into the dress, looking less like a warrior right now.
You'd notice as you enter, Adney looks at you as you enter, not recognizing you for a moment. She says, "Versailles."
She just give her a look.
She sort of gives you a playful grin. As you're watching, Ren, I think you're seated closest to Alis. You would see that the headline on the paper reads, "Keepers move forward. Sapiarch Kaladwen seeks blessing of mystics to save Altair."
Okay.
What does that mean?
Some of you with more political know-how would know that Sapiarch Kaladwen is a high-ranking government official for Altair. There is a building in the capital of Starin called the Anatheum, and that is where the Keepers govern.
Person. Who is this person?
There we go. He's joining us from Facebook
Ah,
to listen in.
gotcha. Should have sent me a
Anyway,
Twitch link.
continue.
So,
Don't all get shy now.
I was waiting for Ellis to continue about the story.
Yes. The pen now begins to write with a great flourish at the bottom, the Capfeather Chronicle, and Ayla says, "Oh, here it is, here it is," and it says the Capfeather Chronicle, and it says, "Oh, Abbot Devonshire, thou reeky swag-bellied malt horse, as you lick the boot of your petty librarian, whose pustule-filled nostrils cannot smell the shit upon your reeking boot, beware the rug burn on your knobby knees, you degenerate, ill-nurtured clackdish. Long live Queen Aelswith. Love, Sir Quiverful." And Alis lets out a squeal of glee, clapping her hands. She says, "Wonderful, he's done it again."
I assume she's reading that out.
No, the pen is speaking as it's writing.
No, it doesn't, but yeah, that'd be good.
Just like Octavian gets like a more like kind of uncomfortable look to his face. He just raises an eyebrow and kind of looks between Lucerne and Versailles.
You don't
A wonderful way of words.
The abbot hates it. It infuriates him, but there's nothing he can do because no one knows who Sir Quiverful really is.
And Octavian said you were a kind spirit. That mouth belonged more to the sailor.
Alis blushes
No
a
offense,
bit.
Red.
No.
No, that's throwing a lot more fucks.
Yeah.
Yes, I was about to say it's far more eloquent than most sailors I have met.
I think most sailors are straight to the point, not really dancing around. It's like, you smell like shit, you rub your nose and shit, and you are just shit.
Exactly.
She'd say to Ren, "There's a rumor, Ren," and she sort of looks around. She whispers conspiratorially to you and says, "There's a rumor that inside these messages, that there's coded instructions to the Black Veil."
Interesting. Sorry.
Interesting.
Yes, I don't know how to decipher it, but I'm sure that those who need to know that they do.
Well, I would hope.
Varn pops into the room, wrapped in a towel, and that's about it, because goblin. And he kind of hops up on the edge of the table and reaches out and starts going and reaching for ham, bacon, Canadian bacon, what have you.
Lucerne, before you get over there, would reach up, tap your shoulder and said, "Do you need some clothes?"
No.
Here you
I'm
go.
good.
He immediately reaches into a bag and hands him some clothes. I'd rather you not be naked while I'm eating.
Who said I'm naked? I got a towel on.
Yes. Here's some clothes. And he will hand him like a few things of clothes that are clearly like either two sizes too large or just not the right gender.
So, be careful with that because I didn't say how the towel was held.
It's on your head.
Varn goes and takes the first shirt and holds it up. Towel falls. And he's like, "This is way too big. This never gonna fit me."
There's now a sensor bar directly in front of you. Just a black bar of nothing. As he prestidigitates one thing. It's like, I'd rather you put it on anyways. Before I put it on you for you.
Woo woo! You gonna help me get dressed?
Sure, and he will grab the shirt and jam it over his head.
Varn will squawk and try to go and dodge out of the way.
Well,
No,
so
you-
much for me enjoying breakfast.
That's what I'm trying to fix.
Just kidding.
It's a dex save because that's obviously a. Oh shit, that's a fail.
Wow.
Well, I tried. So true to his size, as any toddler would go and do, Varn is now throwing a fit and trying to get away. Meanwhile, he's being stuffed into a shirt, and once it's on, it's probably tied to him at
Yes.
this point.
Congratulations, you now have a toga.
Varn looks down, wiggles his fingers underneath the tie, and says, "Ah!
Yeah,
You gonna feed me now, right?"
Yes, I will feed you as long as you keep those clothes on.
I don't have any hands to get them off.
I just then it sounds like I'm feeding you, and you're gonna stay right there. And he'll take him off the table. What do you want?
More food.
And
And he
he'll just,
opens his mouth.
he will take like a giant plate of food and said, "All right," and just start shoveling it into his mouth.
I was gonna say, if you put that on the floor, you're gonna have another messy goblin again.
No.
So yeah, Varn is happily going and eating, even if he is tied up.
I'm pretty
and
sure
that's-
no one else would have done that, but I just enjoyed every second of that.
So yeah, he's probably sitting on the floor next to Loose Hand, just going and sitting there with his mouth open, like
As he
any
just feeds
dog
him,
goes and does.
he just feeds him like a garbage can. Just
Oh my god.
No. Like you go and feed your dog under the table. Yeah, it's the same concept.
Good lord.
All right, as you were. That's a swagger-looking guy.
I'm gonna say B comes in last today. Very tired. Very sleepy. Hair's in a mess. I'm wearing that cool dress that was made for me. I'm very excited. It looks pretty great. But I'm definitely still like half asleep for sure. Very, very tired. And I'll come in and say, well, morning y'all. What we got for breakfast here? Anything good?
Yes,
All right.
lots of good. All of it. But he said. And he'll point to the the goblin on the floor tied in his clothes.
Oh, well, that's a weird. All right. You guys got any bread?
There's plenty.
There's some that's freshly baked.
Oh, all right. I'm gonna step away from this weird goblin. I really don't think I want to be next to him. So,
He's
I'm
harmless
gonna move
currently.
over here.
Now I can't do much, and he wiggles his fingers underneath the ties again.
You'd be surprised how many small critters can get out of traps if you give them enough time and enough fear.
I don't think I'm making him scared. I'm feeding him.
Well,
It's
what
the
if he
quickest way to
starts
earn his
choking?
trust.
Varn just looks at you and nods.
Well, what if he starts choking? Then he might fear the,
I'll
the
shake him
inevitable
upside
death.
down.
All right, that's fair. So I'll probably grab a piece of bread, bite into it, and I'll say, "So what y'all talking about?"
Honestly, at this point, I don't know.
Ways to tie up a goblin with a shirt.
Something about uh, the resistance giving the letter. Some kind of news just came in.
Yeah, it's very colorful.
Yes, Alis would flip the broadside around and push it in the center of the table for Beatrice or anyone else to see.
Continue.
Excellent. I'll probably pick it up, read it over.
At this, Monmo, you would see the chef Monmo come in, and he says, "Did someone say bread? I've got some here. Monmo's got the breads." And he walks over with 4 big loaves, all different types. Looks like there's a sourdough, a pumpernickel, a multigrain, and a white bread. And he puts all 4 of them on the table here and says, "Anyone, would you like me to slice it?"
No brioche. The fuck's
Yes, please.
Brio, oh, I'll be right back. Momo, be right back. Because he
Ren
goes-
doesn't say that. Does
he
he?
goes, no, you said it. It's canon, and he sprints it out.
Varn goes and opens his mouth, tongue hanging out, waiting for bread, and just falls over on its side.
You
As
didn't happen to see Deflator anywhere while you were getting ready.
The flater's gone.
I didn't see the plate anywhere when I was getting ready. I was the last one out, so it was pretty empty up there.
She's gone.
Yep. She left in the night.
Deflator is gone.
Did you
But
say
she's not
why?
healed.
Wait, what? Where'd she go?
You know,
Out.
She's in service to the Raven Queen. We all knew that, and she had something more pressing and personal to take care of.
I'm sure she'll be
Without
back.
the rest of us?
Seems so.
That's just rude.
Well, we have our own things to take care of.
yeah, the flater's a lot like Pat that we used to have back at home. He would just kind of go out for a while, be gone for like 3 weeks, come back, leave again. Very, very come and go. That's what I've noticed about the flater recently. My short time
If
knowing.
it has anything to do with the darker things in that forest, then perhaps when the time comes to deal with that, we can count on her aid from the other side. If not, I wish her the best.
Varn
But yes,
wiggles
see,
around.
there
and says,
is jelly on the table.
Excellent.
Alis, is Lord Killian available? Have you heard any word about his whereabouts? As we still need to speak with him.
Lord Killian. I haven't seen him this morning, but he was supposed to be here today. Have you seen Lady Farway? I'm sure she would know more.
Can't say that I have.
I'd be
It's not
surprised
since
if she
last
didn't.
night.
Yes, I'm sure she'll come in to check on us. She always does. It's hard to take a few steps in this place without running into her.
He's creepy like that.
Yes. In the hallway, you would hear a bit of a clatter.
There she is.
What kind of clatter does my passive perception of 24 pick up?
You would hear what sounds like a tray clattering to the ground and fresh brioche rolls rolling down the hallway with some groaning sounds. And then
Mice
Damn, I didn't know
squealing
we
in joy.
I didn't know we could identify the sound of the rolls. Just
Yes.
by the sound it makes.
You can tell because it's very, very soft.
Yes, because
Don't-
yes, the butter
don't
is
forget-
soaking. You're good.
You can hear the mice cheering. One of them is named Alan. He's very happy that these brioche rolls are just rolling down the hallway at this point. That's what he can go and tell.
And then you would see the door open, and in walks a gentleman in a waistcoat, and he says, "Please, please, make room, make room." And he starts moving dishes around, and he makes a space near the door, pulls up a chair, and in walks an older halfling.
Lawyer.
No, an older halfling
Oh,
in a yellow dress with a wide-brimmed Sunday hat. And she walks in. She looks at you all. She's holding her left hand up about eye height, and she says, "Oh, a full house today, I see." And she says, "Oh, Miss Renaud, oh, do hurry. I can't wait to see what cutting words Sir Quiverful has for our dear abbot this morning." And she sits as Nigel pushes in the chair, and she begins buttering a piece of toast. And Alis would indeed take the broadside and read the bit to her. And as she takes a ginger bite of her toast, she would say, "Ill-nurtured clack dish. He's done it again. Simply wonderful, wonderful." And Alis would say, "I knew you'd like it this morning. It was particularly pressing. But forgive me, Duchess. I'd like to introduce you to my friends. Friends, this is Eloise Dustbluff." And she says, "Pleasure, my husband was Duke Dustbluff from Rosebrace near Erythrine. I'm sure you've all heard of him."
Yes.
Look confusedly between people next to me, just
I want to say,
shrug.
sorry, ma'am.
He's
I'm
naughty.
I'm from quite far away. Not familiar with these parts.
Oh. Quite
Ellis,
far.
would I have heard anything of this individual?
Well, let's see. Varn. Varn, you would have, actually, having been staying here for a while, you would have run into this lady a few times. You would never have heard of her in your life before, but you've gotten to know her in the past few weeks.
Okay.
And Ren, when you say I'm from quite far away, she gives you sort of a sharp look, and she says, "Far? What? Do you mean all the way from Eastbridge?"
Her R's.
Have
her
you
eyes
heard-
in twinkling.
Right.
Rumors.
Yes.
Where it's like, have you heard of Neverwinter?
She drops the toast, and she says, "Oh." She says, "Oh, pardon me, but at my age one must ration one's excitement."
Yes,
Oh,
that
it's
was far
there.
away.
He's not very good at it.
And she would say, "Now, Vaughn, the
It wasn't me. It was him.
The
And I
presence."
jerk my chin up towards Lucan.
She'd say,
Just shove some food in your mouth. Quiet, you.
"Now, Vaughn, the presence of strangers is our only guarantee of good behavior." And you see Ayla start making her a cup of tea in a very particular way, and she places the tea in front of the Duchess Eloise Dustbluff.
Lady
Chew and
Dustbluff.
swallow.
Lady Dustbluff, we are here on business and we need to speak with Lord Killian. I assume you are more familiar with the goings-on of this place. Have you seen him? Is he available?
Oh.
Time is of the essence.
Lord Killian, that puffed up pincushion. No, I've not seen him this morning, but I heard there's something of a state dinner tonight. I'm sure he'll be in attendance.
We are not keen on staying much longer, so if we could speak to him prior to that, that would be most amenable.
That's because you hasn't had their steak yet.
She would say, "And you are, young man."
Young man.
Don't tell her anything.
Place you can go.
How old?
Don't talk.
So she's a halfling. About how old does she look?
1 second. She looks to be about 120.
No, nothing. You regret it.
I suppose I must look into someone long-lived. But my name is Octavian Calventius.
Oh, Vanadori.
Yes.
There we go. Now he's in for it.
Well,
Is that going to be a problem?
no, not at all. But when you get to be as long-lived as I, you learn patience, and I can tell you that all life is a series of problems which we must try to solve, first one, and then the next, and the next, until at last we die.
Tell me about it.
That's not depressing
So
at
usually
all.
the problems I am accustomed to solving can be done so at the end of the blade.
What'd you say, Octavian? I'm sorry.
I said true enough. Though I am used to solving problems with the end of a blade.
Oh, that is certainly one way to deal with it. There's nothing simpler than avoiding people you don't like. And she turns to Alis and whispers, avoiding one's friends, that's the real test, isn't it, my dear? And Alis sort of snickers with her.
Well, if you do happen to run into Lord Killian, please let him know that the newest arrivals are wanting to speak with him as soon as possible. And it will not take more than about a moment.
She says, yes, I will make inquiries. If you're looking for me, I'll either be here or in the drawing room. Looking at the broadleaf, she points and she says, oh, look here, the keepers of Starin claim they have a way to remove the filthy dwarves from their shores. I do hope it's non-violent. They're a lovely sort.
Varn rolls his eyes and opens his mouth.
More food.
Varn, like any other dog, would go and be overly full at this point, but there's still food, so he just keeps opening his mouth.
Yes.
His head after a while.
Okay.
All right, you're good. Good. Sorry.
I know you and the others are used to plowing through your problems rather easily, but in my limited experience working with nobles, they will not talk to you. He will look down at you like you're nothing but a speck of dirt. You have to find some way to look like you're at his level. He won't care if you're in armor, and he won't care for threats.
You're about the right size, though. I think. You should be able to look him right in the eyes. Should be perfect.
He'll just pick him back up once. He'll pick him back up and then turn around. All right, I think you're good on food. You can go now.
I am not one for pleasantries. I have spent enough time placating to nobles, and look what that got us. And Octavian will finish his food, and will stand up, and I will go put my armor on.
Oh.
Is the person still standing out here?
Yes. Yes, he's standing rather at attention, and as you come out, he says, Sir, Nigel Fairservice, I'm the butler here. Anything you need at all, please do let me know.
You're the butler for this manor.
Yes, for Lady Daragon.
Since everyone seems to be so keen on telling me it's not that simple, I'm going to ask you, as somebody who has some level of authority in this place. There's
Sir?
a Lord Killian here that we have been told that we need to speak to secure travel to Eris Green.
Ah.
I appreciate the hospitality, but we must speak with him as soon as possible, and I am not waiting until it's dinner.
Nigel nods. And with your passive perception, Octavian, you'll notice that he has his left hand out.
Like to shake?
No.
Oh, to follow?
No.
No.
He just
Something
has his
needs
left
to be
hand
used.
out.
He says.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
He
Give me my
says.
fucking money.
He says. I believe Lord Killian would be. I believe I could find him, sir.
All right, hold on. I've got to look at my shit.
Nothing's free in the world of high society.
No shit. Even marriage comes with a sizable sum.
I'm giving him 10 gold.
Damn.
Varn
Gotta give him
steps out
one.
the door, kicking his towel in front of him, and goes and kicks it towards Nigel. What would I roll to go and try to kick it into his hand, Ellis?
Into his hand.
Yeah.
How about sleight of foot?
Sleight of
All right, I'll do that.
You're dexterous, right?
Yes.
Fuck.
It goes.
Not tonight.
It goes a bit wide. It's going to hit it. It's going to hit him right in the knee, and he's going to bend down, pick it up, and say, "I'll take care of this, Master Vaughn."
Thank you, my good man. Now answer his question.
Yes.
You got your towel.
He looks down at the gold, and his eyes go a bit wide, and he's going to count. He's going to count out 5, put it in his pocket, and he's going to hand you 5 back and say, "I couldn't be. I would rather not be accused of extorting a valued guest. I will find Master Killian at once, sir." And he bows.
Just wanted to let you know that I was serious. I will be in my room putting on my armor.
Yes, sir. Of course. Do you need any help?
No, I can
Pretty
manage
much.
without.
I have studied in Staron for many years as a valet. If you require any assistance at all, I'm at your service.
No, I am most accustomed to putting it on myself. I appreciate the offer.
Of course, sir. And he bows very deeply at the waist, giving Varn sort of a side-eyed look, taking the towel, and he's going to walk in this direction to go throw the towel into the laundry.
I think it's following.
Yes.
Varn just gives him an innocent grin and makes his way to his room to go and try to untie himself.
Yes. Ren, do you clear your throat or anything, or are you just following him through these doors?
Yeah, I mean, he tries to get his attention.
Oh, okay, great. And he turns, pocketing the gold and trying to hide the dirty towel behind his back, and says, another honored guest. Sir, how may I be of service?
Don't pretend we're honored.
I think we're pretty honored. We got a bed.
Lady Farway herself told me that you were personal guests of Mother Daragon.
I wouldn't go that far. Anyways.
Forgive me, sir.
I'm wondering if there's anyone that can, make something for me here. If there's anyone that works with metal here?
Of course, we have a blacksmith on the grounds.
Well, so Red's gonna kind of like, I don't know, like kind of like lift his foot up in front of him, and he's gonna point to the platinum anklet that he has.
Okay.
I need someone that can make a couple more for, when he kind of like shakes his hand, his wrists.
You would like someone to make some platinum bracelets?
Yes.
Do you have the platinum? Or do you need to purchase it?
I would need to purchase it.
I could source some platinum for you, sir. It would be no trouble at all.
Great.
The left hand is out.
Ren will kind of like slap him like a high five. Let me know when you have it, and how much it'll be.
I love it. As this is
If only
happening,
gum was invented.
yes. As this is happening, Eloise is eyeing Adney back in the dining room, and she would whisper to Alis something. And she gives sort of a look at Adney and shakes her head. And Alis would sort of look back confused and look at Adney, and so understanding crosses her face, and she leans in and she says, Adney, did you bathe this morning? And Adney says, yes, and I put these clean clothes on. What seems to be the matter? And she says, we need to do something about your hair. And Adney sort of puts her hand up, and her hair is all knotted, and she kind of pulls at it. And she says, "Oh, do you have a brush And she sort of starts looking around.
B will chime in and say, I think I got a brush in my bag. I haven't used it yet, so it should be fine. I made it out of pine needles and stick. Works for me, but I don't know if it'll work for your hair. It seems
a stick, and she looks from Alis, and then she looks past Lucan over to Versailles, sort of with helpless look in her eyes.
Lucan will out of his wrist pocket pull out a hairbrush and then just slide it across the table. You got about an hour.
She picks it up and says, thank you, Lucan. That's
God,
very
prestidigitation is so good.
that's very kind of you.
It might take longer than an hour to work through those knots. I actually have a brush that won't disappear.
Either one.
Oh,
Plus, it'll be softer on your hair.
That's definitely probably. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm gonna look to my right at Lucan and I'll say, well, now who's gonna brush your hair? How are you gonna brush your hair?
He will reach up and touch his head. I don't think there is a hairbrush strong enough to brush what you might consider my hair.
Oh,
The rain
I'm gonna
outside.
I'm gonna take my arm, and I'm gonna just like grip your shoulder, well, pretty firm, and I'm gonna say, trust me, there's always a strong enough brush. You just gotta know how to make it right.
These are
Have
my
you heard
horns.
of these things called porcupines?
Oh my god.
These are my horns. They don't have brush, and I don't have hair.
Well, maybe we could like scrub it with like some steel wool, polish it up.
I just
I
got
got
out
some
of the
lacquer in my.
shower.
Then we can lacquer him up.
He starts like touching his head. Like, I thought I just got out of the shower. What happened? What? What do you mean lacquer my head? What?
I was just saying, maybe your horns could be a little shinier.
I mean, yeah, that is true. Only
Leave
one
it
of them
to me
is
to reach
partial.
Lucian's insecurities.
But I mean, one of the horns isn't even fully attached anymore. I'm afraid
Well, that'll
to
make
touch
it even easier to clean.
No, please don't take it off my head. I don't know what will happen.
Oh well. All right, fine. Well, if you want anything to clean your horns and make them look nice, just let me know.
Sure. I'm gonna go outside now.
And cry.
No, just go ski the guys I summoned yesterday.
He starts walking outside. His head is looking straight at the ground, and you hear the Christmas time song from Charlie Brown playing in the background as he walks out slowly.
Wow.
Amazing.
And I'll reach in my bag and I'll start. Actually, he's gonna grab another piece of bread and sit back down and keep eating. Hungry.
Excellent. You would see the Dowager Duchess Eloise Dustbluff looking across the table at you with wide eyes. B.
Oh, I'll kind of put my food down on the table and I'll really lean across the table, kind of knocking things around, and I'll stick my hand out and I'll say, "Hi, I don't think we formally introduced. My name is Beatrice Etheltree, but you can just call me B, because it's a lot easier."
B, yes. Eloise Dustbluff. It's a pleasure to meet you. How long do you think you're staying?
Well, I mean, the oldest Furbolg that I know of is around 300 years old, so I got probably another 200-ish years on the Earth. That's a weird question.
She says, never mind, dear, never mind.
Oh, all right, well, where'd you get that big old hat?
She'd say, Miss Lorelei is very, very handy at procuring a great deal of garments. An accomplished seamstress, but for more tricky things, we can order away from a nearby city.
I'll kind of sneak around, get a little closer, and I'll whisper, "You think that hat'll fit on me? It's really pretty."
Eloise takes a nice long sip of her tea, and she sets it down. She smiles at you, and she says, "My dear, be my guest." And she takes the hat off, and she hands it to you, B.
Awesome. All right.
Please tell me it is
Part-
comically small.
Part 1 is done.
Yes, because, yeah, one hat down, only 2 more to go.
So,
Yeah, I mean, she's a halfling, so yes, it is indeed comically small.
how do I... Also, it's a yellow and white hat, right?
It is indeed a yellow and white hat.
So is it just completely blending with the blue and orange dress that I'm wearing, or does that completely clash?
It's clashing terribly.
Oh, yes. Awesome. Vertical and horizontal stripes.
She'd
Excellent.
say, perhaps your, well, if Lady Lorelei can't change the color, perhaps your wizard friend could.
Oh, that's a great idea. I'm gonna go run and find him, and I'm just gonna run out the door with the hat.
Ren, we're gonna need a dex save, or B's gonna run right into you.
That's kind of ridiculous. He's a monk.
Oh,
See what I say?
just for fun. B, as you fly out, I think probably just in time to see Nigel run away on a mission to find some platinum as Ren's leaving. You almost knock Ren down, but he does a backflip out of the way. Is that okay to say, Cobra?
So Ren probably he probably like runs forward and like runs across the wall and like does like a flip over her as she runs underneath him.
Yep. Perfect.
As I go running past, I'll shout to Ren, "Hey Ren, have you seen the wizard lizard?"
Nice.
He went out to check on his soldiers.
Outside, you got it. And I'll start making my way outside with the comically small hat.
As you leave Versailles, you would hear Eloise turn to Alis and Adney and yourself and say, "Words I live by is that no guest should be admitted without the date of their departure firmly settled."
Did you just threaten them?
No, it's like Ben Franklin said that fish and house guests stink after 3 days.
Hopefully we'll stay through tonight and then be able to leave in the morning.
Adney would say, not if Ren and Octavian have anything to say about it. I think they have quite a
Well,
mind
they
to.
both need to grow a brain and realize that their bullying ways aren't going to work.
Her eyes go wide and she gives you a very big smile. She looks up in your eyes and she says, "My goodness."
I love it. The fact that you just left it at that. Perfect.
Jordan and Kaldak at this point would have bid you good morning, and they're going to walk out and they're going to go about their business. And I believe, are you holding the brush, Versailles?
No, she has to go get it from her bedroom.
Oh, okay.
I mean, she has loose ends for the time being.
Yeah, so I think Adney would probably follow you.
Okay.
Am I?
Oh God.
Do you mind if I move you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Just come in here.
Yeah, that'll work.
So yes, she would. Adney would sit on the edge of the bed, turning to present you her hair.
Okay, and then Versailles will just begin brushing her hair.
Okay. And yeah, so she would turn and she would turn around. She's going to loosen the knot in her hair, and she's going to let her hair, which is sort of a honey brown, and it's very clean but afflicted with split ends and more than one unfortunate knot that falls to her mid-back.
When was the last time you brushed your hair?
Rush.
And she'd say, well, I haven't had a brush for quite some time. I never thought to ask when we were at the Vanadori camp. I probably should have.
Well, this is going to take a bit to get through. It's going to be basically a battle in itself.
My mother used to spend hours braiding my hair, or at least it felt that way. Did you have to deal with that?
Versailles kind of goes quiet for a minute and just stays silent, then goes, no. My mother was more interested in herself, in curling her hair than dealing with me.
She'd say, I see. When my mother sent me away to that college, I might not have been singing her praises. And her smile fades a bit as you work out a knot, and she'd say, Ren told me that he could have gotten her out of the hold, but she chose to stay. Why do you think she would do that? I was safe. We could have come here together. Adney sort of wipes a row of knuckles across her nose, and she tries to brighten, and she says, well, I appreciate your doing this for me.
I couldn't guess what your mother was thinking, but as a queen, she's not allowed to just up and leave at her own doing, especially with the fact that your country's currently divided. It'd be better that she did stay, even if she is hidden. At least that's my take on it.
Yes, she'd say, well, my mother could command a room. She's traveled as far as the Sword Coast, and that's where she met Ren's friends, I think, the monks. My father, her voice cracks a bit at the mention of the word. He was a good king, but a poor diplomat. That's why he needed my mother so badly, you see. She would tell him which treaties to sign and which to toss in the fire. And you see her, she's kind of fidgeting a bit, and she says, I do wish I could be more like my mother.
There's still time. You're still young.
Did you know your father well?
Yes, he taught me leatherworking. I'd spend days at his workshop. And then I'd go running off into the woods with my elven friends and my brother. We'd spend hours just chasing each other through the trees, biting one another's sticks. He didn't seem to care that I was a tomboy.
She'd say, "Oh, I'm sorry, Versailles. I keep forgetting that for you. It's well, 1329. It's so odd. I was barely 6. I know the abbot poisoned my father, and I'm glad he's dead. But I know he wasn't working alone. And when I get home, we're going to find out who he was working with, and
Let's just take this one step at a time. We'll find out who he did it. You have plenty of friends here to support you. But for now, we just need to focus on what's ahead. It is certainly odd that so much time has passed, but for me it was like a month.
Yes, we've lost a few months, but you've lost a decade. I can't imagine what you're going through.
It has certainly hurt when Octavian and Lucan told me what they knew and what they witnessed. But I'm still coming to terms with it. But for now, I'm going to push it to the back of my mind. That's something that'll have to come later.
Versailles, I know you've said that you'll help us in Hannon if you're able. I promise that when the time comes, I'll help you and Octavian.
I don't think your mother would appreciate you going off on another half-crazed adventure again.
Only partially crazy.
And with that, I assume the braid is complete.
Mm-hmm.
she'd get up and take a look in the mirror, and you'd notice that Adney seems very pleased, and she'd say, "I wonder if this will pass the inspection of the Duchess Dustbluff."
Well, it's better than the rat's nest she had before, trust me.
Oh, please, Vasai, you don't need to be so cutting.
It's a habit.
You're not wrong.
You're the bard.
Excellent. And while this is happening, has Octavian donned his armor?
Yeah. It only takes like 10 minutes, but he would have taken his time a bit. A few stretches, and then I'd be heading back downstairs.
Okay. Yes.
I'm just gonna put myself here.
Okay. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Ren has come upstairs.
Yeah, he just figured he'd check the balcony because that's the last place he saw Lady Faway to see if she was there.
Yes. You would actually see her in the same spot you saw her last night. She's actually slumped over. She has her head resting against her. She's made sort of like a tripod out of her thumb, index finger, and her middle finger, and she's leaning her temple and forehead against it, and she's sleeping on the deck.
These living statues, they're such poor quality nowadays. Look, this one moved.
Knowing that she seemed
What's that, Ren?
knowing that she seemed an insomniac of sorts, he's not going to disturb her.
Kind of you.
But he's going to climb on the roof.
Nice. Actually, Ren, I have something of a present for you.
Oh.
It's a to-do list with clean out the gutters on the top of it.
Give me just 2 seconds. A little something for Ren to play with. There you go. Here's
Well,
some-
Adney, I think I'm gonna go outside and get some fresh air. It's a little stuffy in here.
Yes, I think I'll come back downstairs with you as well. I might see what Alis is doing. So she'll head downstairs as well, looking fabulous with her much less naughty hair. And then I believe, yeah. So there you go, Ren. How's that for some roofs to jump around?
Yeah, so Ren kind of just goes on the as high as he can and just kind of busts out his looking glass or spyglass, whatever.
Ren, actually, as you're doing this, you would see, if you were to look, should I do this carefully? Looking down from where you are, you would actually see on the back of the first floor, you would see sort of a large courtyard and like a rose garden, which is on the first floor. So looking down from the roof, you're overlooking this area.
Okay, anyone of interest there?
Actually, yes. You would see, and I had them on a different thing here. Let me just polygon reveal this. So the area that you're seeing, give me 15 seconds to click this. So do you see on the first? This is a complex map. On the so you're overlooking this. Yeah, you're overlooking this area. So you would see 5 figures down below, sort of standing near one of the rose bush areas.
Okay, so with my spyglass, I'll look at them, and with my observant feat,
Yes.
I can read lips.
Oh, great. What you're getting is that they are waiting for their teacher to arrive for their lesson. They appear to be students. And what I'm going to actually do is, if you don't mind, just because the map is bigger, I'm going to put them right here.
Okay. Do they talk about what? Oh, probably. Could one assume like alchemy or?
Yes, they appear to be reading their lips. You would hear them saying, you would see the name Joradin. mentioned, and you would see that they're hoping that he will teach them some herbalism specifically.
Okay.
And one of them would say that the herbalism is useful, but he would love to see some of Jory's trick shots with his bow. And this is just what they're discussing as they're waiting. He appears to be late. And you might remember you just saw him arguing with the bard in the breakfast room, and then he sort of walked out.
Okay. Ren's gonna just jump off the roof.
Holy shit.
All right.
Monks.
Cares about gravity and laws.
On Assassin's Creed Leap of Faith.
Yeah, there's just like a big...
Into a haystack.
A haystack, yeah.
I reduced fall damage by 45.
So that was probably, I don't know, 30 feet or so. So I think you're good, right?
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah, I gotta. Cool. Oh, what's this? And they sort of stand back. They're all nervous and scared.
Hey. I'm kind of new here. I saw Lady Fowey. She was kind of asleep, so I didn't want to disturb her. Do you guys know who that Lord Kilimanjaro guy is?
Lord Kilimanjaro. No.
Over there on top of the mountain.
Yeah, Lord Kilgore. I don't know.
Lord
Kilgrave.
Killmonger, one of those things.
Kilgrave from Jessica Jones.
Yeah.
How good was David Tennant? Moving on. No, we're a bit new here as well, but this one, you've been here a few weeks, and he points to this figure, who would say, one second, who's that? Just 2 seconds. You would see a male wood elf. Looks to be about, in human terms, mid-40s maybe. He's a slim build with blonde green hair and copper skin and vine green eyes. And he would say, Darian Vince, sir, you're one of the new guests, I assume?
Yeah, we arrived yesterday. We were hoping to leave as soon as possible, but we need to meet with this Duke guy. I don't know what he is. To get some permission to go down the river or something. I don't know. It doesn't really make any sense.
Well, there isn't. I don't know what's not sensible about it. These days, with the war in the South, you need there's been quite a bit of administrative change, and we can't just. And I believe that the High Elves can't simply have anyone coming and going. They need to ensure everything's been done by the book.
I guess I'm not really from around here, so it's all a bit new.
And if you'll forgive me, there's a bit not of much interest to me, politics and things. I'm something of a groundskeeper here. I oversee most of the workers. You'll see some of these outer quarters here. It's where some of the servants live. And I'm working to train I'm looking to learn some new skills so I can help train a new crop of guards.
Yeah, well, herbalism and alchemy stuff, right?
Yes, we're looking for Joradin. He's one of the Ashwoods down at the foot of the mountain. Came here not too long ago.
I just saw him. He was in the breakfast room arguing with that bard.
And this guy says, "Oi, Kaldak, is he back? I hope he sings the Saucy Minx tonight. I love that one."
I bet you do, porn stash.
That's great.
Oh, my other favorite, The gnome who lost her stockings, what she did?
You like saucy short people, huh?
And this one says, Rickard, please stop. You're embarrassing us. I'm sorry about my friend. I think I'll pop inside and see if I can find Master Jordan. We've been waiting quite too long.
To the groundskeeper. Can you describe what this Killman looks like?
You asked the groundskeeper, gentlemen?
Yeah, whoever's
Dorian?
been here the longest.
Yeah, that is indeed Darian. I'll throw a nameplate on him in a second, so we both remember. And he would say, Lord Killian, I've only seen him once or twice in passing. He frequents the game room downstairs.
Did you do it, man?
He's an older gentleman.
Yeah, but it took me 10 minutes to do it.
Older gentleman, thinning hair. That's he has a. I've seen him with a woman, quite beautiful.
So, a fit guy with a hot chick. Cool.
A distinguished gentleman. And Pornstash says, he means he's old.
Well, I appreciate your help, and I'll go back to my watch. And he's gonna scale the building.
Is this the Missouri dude?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is this guy Vanadori? Trying to make sure his name isn't Pornius Statius.
Might be.
Ren is gonna keep an eye out for either Nigel or the Lady Faway if she's awake, if she wake us up, and hope for this kill guy.
Okay. I want to check as we pause that for a second. I just want to check in with Lucan. I believe you were doing something. I want to make sure we didn't forget your errand, Lucan.
About to be interrupted by a very happy bee.
Yeah. That's not what he sounds like. Yes.
Hello, B. How can I help you?
She's going to take the small hat off of her head, and I'm gonna hand it to you, and I'll say, listen, Lizard Wizard. I don't know y'all. I don't know you very much.
You
You
know
really
my
know me
name
very
at
much.
least.
Well, yeah, but Lizard Wizard's catchy.
Okay.
Anyways, I was talking to that fancy short lady, and she said that this hat would look really good if it was a different color. Now, I don't know a lot of colors. I really only know green. Can you turn this hat to green?
Let's see. Yes, actually.
Oh, great.
I was just looking at prestidigitation, and it does say make a color, a small mark, or a symbol appear on an object on a surface.
All right, so we can turn the yellow to green.
Yeah.
For 1 hour.
For 1 hour.
For 1 hour. Excellent.
So he will turn the hat he will turn the yellow to green. Anything else I can help you with?
No, I actually really appreciate that. I'm gonna go take it back to that short lady and see if she likes it. What you doing out here? And I'll kind of peek around your shoulder.
You can see that there are 4 armed men, or 4 armed-looking people, standing directly in front of me with no weapons or anything drawn. Just checking on the men.
Oh.
I think I told
Alright.
you, but I said I would summon some of my men to help us in the throughout the next set of adventures.
Well, yeah, but why didn't you let him come inside? Why have they been outside all night? Isn't that a little mean?
They were in the house, and he'll point to the house as per the lady.
Oh, I didn't see him.
Eh,
Great.
I came in late. You were probably inside already talking or asleep.
I'm definitely asleep. I'm a professional sleeper.
It was a really good sleep.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna let you. She starts backing away kind of slowly. I'm gonna let you enjoy your time with these soldiers that you created, and I do like air quotes. Uh,
I summoned them. I told you this. I just said that. But
as
anyways, you do you.
as
He'll
she's
wave you
closing
off.
the door, she just says, I don't know. It's just kind of weird that you can make people.
I didn't make them. I
I don't know.
teleported.
Sounds like you're making people to me. It's a little strange.
I mean, she's already shut the door and gone. And then there's
Yeah,
nothing
no.
I can do. But he was just gonna point to the teleportation marks, the circle on the ground over to the side. But she then just look back. Huh. Hi, Versailles.
Well,
And-
the jig is up.
Ellis, I would like to. I'd like to go back to Eloise and show her the green hat.
Oh, my dear Beatrice, don't you look smashing?
Oh, you really think that?
Well, I think it,
Takes out a hammer.
yes, it offsets your dress quite lovely.
Oh, well, I really appreciate it. You know, as I've been wearing it, though, I've come to realize it's not really my style. It's kind of blocking out the sun. I can't see much, so I'll give it back. I don't really need it anymore. I think it's green forever now. I don't know. Good luck with that.
She takes the hat in her hands and looks, and she says,
Wait, is it like really stretched out too?
Probably.
probably a little bit.
Okay.
She goes to put it back on, the green clashing with her dress, but not. She's making it work, right?
Yeah, owning it.
Yeah, she's owning it, and you see that it is stretched out a bit. And she sort of looks. She says, "I'll have to ask Lorelai to fix the banding."
I'll be right back.
Yes.
I just gotta say thank you. I really appreciate you giving me this hat to wear for that short time. It made me feel really nice.
She'd say, "Well, it's a bit of advice for you, Beatrice. If you take everything as a compliment, it will save many an awkward moment."
Oh well, I appreciate that, and I got some good advice for you too. And B will just turn around and walk out the door because I can't think of any good advice right now. Hold on.
I got some really good advice for you. Goodbye.
B's gonna walk out the door and she'll say, you know, shit'll never bother you if you don't wipe. See ya. And she'll walk out the door. Cause that's the only thing I can think of right now.
What'd you say?
Or Duchess.
Shit will never bother you if you never wipe.
Oh, that's
Isn't
just.
it the other way
I
around?
don't-
I'm pretty sure
I
it's
don't
gonna
know
bother you
that.
a lot if you don't like.
It is. It's a wonderful way to get a rash.
Or in
Has B never had swamp ass? Like,
a rash.
B uses her powers of the forest to find out which leaves make for the best GP. And she just knows. Boom, off the top of her head. Oh, that's the leaf you want right there. Wow.
That's good to know, I guess.
I guess I would probably. I mean, from here, I'll probably head back to my room for now.
Okay.
Is she supposed to be here?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
As I'm walking by, I'll say, "Oh, hi. How you doing?"
Oh, B, I was just admiring one of these tapestries here. And she points to a large woven photo that appears to show an ancient battle between elves and dwarves.
Huh. You know what this is supposed to be a tapestry depicting? To me, it just looks like a battle between elves and dwarves.
Yes, I think it could be rather fictitious. I'm not aware of anything that quite matches this. It could be fictional.
Well, it's pretty cool. How cool is it? On a scale?
It's like a Megadeth album cover.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
This is pretty. Oh, this is pretty rad.
Well, a D20.
Like a.
I'm joking.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool tapestry. Yeah, I wonder who did it. Is there like an artist name somewhere? Is it signed?
Yes, down the bottom you would see just the initials JL.
J.L.
Jean-Luc.
You think it was John Lennon?
Who?
Oh, he's just. Oh, I guess you wouldn't know him. He's one of the furbolgs back in my village. I don't think this was him.
That was actually a really good joke. I'll admit that. Because you could use linen and then spell it like the cloth.
Thank you.
Odd.
Nerds.
You're one too. Don't deny it.
Oh, he's an extra nerd.
No, I'm just confirming your title. Yeah, that's all.
But, well, I was just heading back up to my room for my mid-morning nap before I wake up for, mid-breakfast and brunch. Gotta get ready for the day.
Noonsies.
I gotta sleep off all these carbs.
Wait, wasn't it 11s?
I don't know what time.
For 11sies? I don't know.
He knows about them, don't he, Pip?
But yeah, I'll just be like, all right, well, I'll see you later. I'm gonna go get ready for my nap. If you need anything, let us know.
Excellent. So as B heads up for her nap, Ren, you would hear a shuffling from the deck where you jumped off.
Is Lady Falway waking up?
You might infer that from the sounds you're hearing. Can you? Did you have a view of the deck from where you're perched?
I mean, he's probably like up right above this as high as he could be. So he probably walk to the edge and look over.
Yeah, you would see her sort of wake with a start, and she just seems very perplexed. She's sort of breathing heavy, and she's looking around a little bit, and then she puts her hand on her chest, and she starts to compose herself as she stands and she smooths out her dress.
I'm gonna kind of just lean over. I'll be like, Lady Falway. He's still up above her.
She turns and looks at you. Oh, it's you.
Yeah, so you were asleep. I didn't want to disturb you, but now that you're awake, and he'll just do a double front flip.
And she looks and she says, morning has come.
Yeah, so you seemed a bit of an insomniac, so I figured I'd let you sleep as long as you were able.
I don't much like sleep these days.
Yeah, I had not the best dream either.
And she eyes you and says, you had a unpleasant dream?
Yeah, It was filled with pirates, you know.
Pirates.
Yeah, not a good sort.
I've seen some of their sort on the river from time to time. Different flags, different standards, always causing trouble.
It's just any in particular jump out at you?
There's too many to remember, but since the new laws have gone into place, it's been much more controlled.
That's good. Speaking of controlled travel, we were told that Lord Killid guy was due to be here today, right?
And she looks at you, and then she looks over the edge of the porch, and she says, "The dinner. Forgive me, Ren. I must call Mother Daragon at once. I must contact her."
Sure, but real quick, I mean, would it be possible for us to talk to him before the dinner? Just because we're trying to get out of here as quickly as possible.
I thought I told you they were traveling. They're traveling back from Erisarine together. They should be here late this afternoon.
So just pretty much just in time.
I'll call her immediately. There's so much to do. I can't believe I've slept. There's so much to do, and she seems panicked.
Ron kind of bow and just like stretch his arm towards the door for like, you know, he's not going to hold her up.
She gives a quick half of a bow as you see her reach to her hand, and she touches a ring on her left index finger as she rushes through the doors. And she seems like she has quite a purpose. She might actually bump into you, B, as you're coming up.
I'll kind of look at her as she goes by. You know, nice head nod.
I feel like she would bump into you and taking your hands, sort of almost just because of the momentum, almost do like a spin around you as she says, Pardon me, I'm so sorry." And she runs down the stairs.
Oh, is Ren in pursuit?
No, I didn't think it was.
No, he's just casually walking back in.
Oh, I'll walk up to Ren, and I'll say, well, she seemed to be in a rush.
She was just kind of woke up, so she's realizing all the things she needs to do.
I don't know, she seemed pretty distressed.
Yeah, I think that's going around these days.
What, people getting distressed?
Yeah.
Oh. Well.
Ren, at this, you would see your good friend Nigel climbing the stairs.
Ah.
Oh, Master Ren, excellent to see you. I don't believe I don't believe I've caught your name, madam. Looking at you, B.
Oh, hi. My name is Beatrice Appletree, but you can just call me B.
Ah, yes.
And I'll stick a hand out for a handshake.
And he gives a hand, shakes your hand and says, Master Ren, can we discuss business here, or would you rather go somewhere more private?
No, right here is fine.
Excellent. I've spoken to our jeweler, but he believes that he can make 2 platinum bracelets linked, similar to your anklet, I believe.
Great. So, I don't know if there's one thing about the anklets is that there's no clasp to them. It's just a solid ring, and they can't be, like, they're small so they cannot be taken off.
Are these enchanted?
No.
Okay. How did they get them on?
They were made on him.
Really?
Yeah. Like it was kind of like made it like a mostly ring, and they kind of like got it around him, and they kind of like finished it on his leg.
Now I want you to tell me if this sounds right. I did a little quick research. Nigel's telling you this. He believes it will take 5 platinum pieces per bracelet, plus 10 gold for the labor.
So that's a total of 110.
Mm-hmm. Now tell me if that's off, but I think that's enough platinum to make 2 bracelets.
Sure. I don't know. So I'll go with it.
I'm assuming that he would melt them and then fashion little, almost like chainmail. You know what I mean? Like rings.
Yeah.
Interlocking rings.
Yeah, works for me.
Excellent. Shall we? Should I tell him to begin?
I would like to have a word with them personally. The way that they need to be made is a little particular.
Of course, of course. Would you like to follow me?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, great. May I grab your token, Ren?
Of course.
Great. I'm just gonna bring you downstairs. And 1 second. Jeweler. I don't have a token for the jeweler. We're gonna do Theater of the Mind, Ren. You ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready. I want those boots.
I think that's the second SpongeBob reference so far in the last few sessions.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He would say, I haven't seen Lady Fawe, but I don't think she'd mind if we use her office for a moment. And he would come in, and there would be the jeweler waiting, and say, "Please, this is the man I told you of. Please, I'll leave you to discuss business."
Thank you, Mr. Nigel. And my friend just saw Ethan Hawke. Well, that's cool.
For real?
Yes.
Cool.
Nice.
I am jelly. Anyways.
How about this guy?
Sure.
Master, I understand you'd like some fine bracelets.
Yeah, I would. They're not particularly complicated. As you can see, and the runner kind of like throw his like foot up on the desk, like he's doing like a stretch sort of deal. I have a couple around my ankle, and they're very simple rings, no adornments or anything like that. And I'm looking to have similar done for my wrists.
He'd say, and you realize that these will not be removable without breaking them.
That is entirely the point.
He nods and says, "Yes, I can get most of it done this afternoon, and I can, if you'll indulge me, when they're ready, I can fasten the final rings in place."
Of course, and I tolerated the process just fine on my feet, so I understand it's going to hurt a bit with the heat, but that's fine.
I will make sure it is painless, Master.
If you must.
Excellent. He'd say, and then he would say, "Do you have the materials with you, or would you? I can use the one. I could use some that I have, and you could."
I unfortunately don't, but and as a matter of Mr. Nigel mentioned about 10 platinum pieces worth of material and then 10 gold for the process, right?
Yes, with a deposit of 50 gold, I'll get to work right away.
Well, I may have something in trade, if you would allow.
Ah. Of course.
Ren will take out a couple of the obsidian pieces.
Yes.
From his leather bag. I'm not sure about how much these would be worth.
He's gonna look at the obsidian, and he'd say, and how many pieces of obsidian did you have?
Ren will just upend the bag of this one. There's 5 obsidians, 2 bloodstone, and a large amber.
Wow. 5 obsidian, you said?
Yes.
He looks at the 5 obsidian, and he says, this should cover the deposit well.
Can I insight check to see if, he's trying to take advantage?
Sure. And he's just referring to the obsidian, mind you. So
Right.
he's offering you 50 gold for the obsidian. You feel like that. You feel like he thinks he's giving you a good deal, a fair deal.
Okay.
I looked up that Obsidian's 10 gold each. Average.
Oh, sure. I have no idea how much gems are worth, so.
The Bloodstone, he would say he'd be willing to give you about 50 each, and then for the large Amber, that would be worth about 70, unless you're going to try and haggle.
No, Ren's not gonna.
Okay.
Yeah, Ren would probably just offer him all the stones and everything for if he wants to buy the rest.
The 5. So it was 5 Obsidian?
5 obsidian, 2 bloodstone, and 1 large amber. Which at 10 gold for the obsidian, 50 gold for the bloodstone, 70 for the amber. That's going to put us at 220.
Hold on. 50. Is that right? Hold on. 50. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yes, you are correct. Minus 110. So yeah, if you want to do the deal, he will begin work, and you will have an extra 115 gold in your pocket.
Wait, was the amber 70 or 75?
70.
Then it's one extra 110.
My bad. 110.
All right.
An honest negotiator. Thank you for correcting my numbers error.
Ren, he's thinks to himself, my stealing days are kind of over. He's not going to say that out loud. Thank him for his time, and
Excellent. Octavian, as you're relaxing, you would see the Duchess and Alis come in, and
he's relaxing actually.
What's he doing?
I've taken out my chess set, and I'm organizing pieces in relation to where they are geographically on a map.
Oh.
And sort of using that to sort of mentally strategize. Sort of in the, like, not necessarily the bottom left, but like close to the bottom left, I have a black queen with a few black pawns there. And then, let's see, sort of almost like diagonally opposite that to the side, like the middle on the right side, is a white queen, and then like one space over, cluster of white pawns, and then sort of almost directly across and like one space up from that area is a white king with a few white pawns and like one white knight there. And then in the complete like bottom left corner, there's a few white pawns. There's not a white king, black king.
Oh.
There's a few extra black pawns, like a couple spaces over from where the queen is, and then on the bottom right corner is, let's see, the white rook with a few white pawns and a white bishop. And he's just taking some notes in his journal and just comparing stuff and kind of writing out, crossing some stuff out.
Okay.
So he's kind of strategizing right now. But feel free to have them walking, but that's what they see.
It's very interesting. You would see after a moment. You would see, as I said before, Eloise and Alis walking in, and Eloise is sniggering a bit, and she says, "They should call him a reeky swag-bellied malt horse." And seeing you very much in the middle of something, Alis sort of puts an arm out to stop her, and says, "Octavian, are we interrupting? I'm terribly sorry."
It takes him a second to respond and just says, "Sorry, no, not really. Something of an impasse anyways. Is there something I can do for you?
No, just the Duchess likes to take a cocktail in the early afternoon. Just calms her nerves. But we can come back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to have disturbed you.
No, it's fine. Hey, what do you see when you look at this board?
And she'll take a hesitant step forward, and you'll see, the Duchess sort of surreptitiously stays, a good step and a half behind her, but she's on her tiptoes, trying to see over the back of the couch, trying to see what you're doing. And again, you've taken the pieces out. You place them on the table, or you place them on the map of Halcyon?
So I have a map on the side, but I'm using the board like they're placed in relation to things. I'm using the map for something else, more as like a reference.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to draw over the map.
Right.
For that stuff.
She would say, it rather looks like you're planning some sort of an attack. Perhaps a defense.
Kind of right. More so taking stock of where enemies and where allies are.
She says this is more something that Elise would understand better than I.
How is your sister? Is she still back in Provost with your father?
She is. She is there. I was rather unhappy when she bid me leave Hannon, but she said that it was important that I find you. And I suppose I have.
Well, strangely enough, you are probably safer here anyways. How was your father? Is he still well?
He is. He's helping, and she sort of looks, and Eloise urges her on, and she says, he's doing his best to help the Queen's efforts.
Appreciate that. And
He's
my
in good
people,
health.
Provost?
He would say, she would say some of them, when things got bad, some of them left. A few actually joined the Vigilant, but most stayed in Provost and are helping to secure the city. Some of them are not in fighting shape, but they're doing their best to act as guards and keep people calm and keep the streets safe.
Are they doing this of their own volition, or has somebody taken them into an employ?
Your friend Felix has met with the Cheese Right and found a deal to allow some of the more able soldiers to run patrols, which used to be, the security of the city was hotly contested between, what was his name, Staub and the Cheese Right. But
yes, I'm aware.
But they seem to have put their differences aside for the time being. It's an uneasy alliance, one no one expects to last.
Common enemy tends to do that. And you'll see he takes one of the black pawns from the pile, like the extra pile that's not on the board, and places it over where the rook and the bishop are.
Mm-hmm.
That complicates things.
And Alis points to that piece and says, "Who's that?"
Which piece did she point at?
The one that you just picked up and placed on the board.
Oh, the pawn? Traitors. I think then you can extrapolate who the other pieces are then.
Mm-hmm. And she nods and says, you'll need to save a knight for Safeguard.
I am... He goes in. Yeah, he goes and takes one. And, Safeguard's like mostly like white and like kind of silver, right?
I believe so.
I'll take one of the white knights and place it by the Black Queen.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How could I forget?
She'd say, when I was outside earlier, I noticed that their horse was gone. They must have gone out riding or on some sort of a patrol. I'm not sure. The safeguard's quite secretive.
They need a ride off of the mainland as much as we do. We'll see them again.
Yes.
And besides, she has a duty to fulfill. She cannot do that when she's too far away from us. Or they. Sorry, I was thinking of Deflator.
Mm-hmm. There's a small cough from behind the couch, sort of like a and Alis looks and smiles and she says, just 1 second. She goes over to the sideboard and she starts mixing a drink as Eloise, who's about just under 3 feet tall, she sort of hops up into the chair, her legs sort of dangling from it.
What time is it right now?
Oh, it's early afternoon.
A bit early to start engaging in a bad habit.
And she looks at you and she says, "Oh, playing games is never a bad habit, Master."
I am not playing games.
She says, "I know full well what you're doing, and I wish I could help more, but just know that you do have the support of the estate of the Dust Bluffs."
I appreciate it. He didn't put a piece down or anything like that, but he does make a small note in his journal.
Yeah, he takes like a popcorn kernel and puts it on the side.
Yeah, basically.
And she would say, I'm sure you introduced yourself. She would say, "Mr. Calventius." Did I say it right? I always screw it up.
Yeah, Calventius.
Calventius. I always forget the I. Master Calventius, I must advise you to keep your chin up. We mustn't be defeatist, dear. It's very middle class.
Middle class is where I belong. Father was a shoemaker. Damn good one, but to get by, and that's it.
She kicks out her feet, and you see that her boots are very finely made, a mix of black and yellow leather. And she says, "I have nothing but respect for a fine Schumacher, dear."
I believe the term's a cobbler.
What was that voice? Did you hear a voice of a goblin?
No, I haven't heard anything.
He wanted me to follow in his footsteps. I tried, but I had not the dexterity for it.
Mm-hmm.
Tried many other things, but I could not find any passion. And then I decided to fight for my people. The rest is history. And I am in my full armor, so if and my shield is like off to the side, so like I have all my stuff by me.
Mm-hmm.
So
cool.
I'm getting nowhere with this, and go and close, and I'm starting to put everything away.
Yes.
At it for long enough and has come to no conclusion.
Mm-hmm. At this, there is a sound of a gong. And it rings through the whole house.
Is that something I should be worried about?
And Eloise says, "Oh no, dear, that's simply the dressing gong. It means we should begin thinking about getting ready for supper."
I look around and goes, "It's nice." I look at my arm. Oh, this is the nicest thing I own. I stand up and I start getting my stuff together.
She looks and she says, Nigel could find you something more suitable to a formal dinner, if you like."
and look at the capelet that I have. No, fine. I want everybody. It is better for people to know what I am than to pretend to be something I am not.
She says, I can respect that, dear. You have quite a spirit. When I'm with the Venadori, I'm reminded of the virtues of the halflings. And she gives you just a wry smile as she's just kidding with you.
And take care of yourself.
You look over and
Yes,
Ayla just rolls her eyes at her. Sorry, Justin.
Yeah. I just kind of look at her and look at Alice and go, you take care. I have business to prepare for. I'll walk outside.
Excellent. So, Ren, are you in the hall chilling, or have you gone somewhere?
I might say that Ren's done a bunch of stuff, so by the time Octavian's come out, Ren's probably just finishing up with the Julier. So
Great. As you're passing, you would see Nigel in the hall, and on the wall here, he has a small, medium-sized gong on a side table, and you see him holding a small mallet, and he says, Lady Farway has informed me that Mother Daragon and your friend, Lord Killian, your business associate, whatever it may be, what have you, will be arriving presently. You can get ready, and you can relax. There's a game room downstairs, and that is where dinner will be served. Is on the first level.
great. And this dinner, I'm guessing it'll be very soon after their arrival.
Yes, of course.
Sounds good. Thank you, Nigel.
Of course, yes, sir. And he bows and says, would you like I could hurry our jeweler so your bracelets are ready? You can make a statement this evening, unless you're not in a hurry.
No, I certainly don't need that rushed. That's not what they're for.
Excellent. It will make quite the statement once they're completed. I can't wait to see your reaction.
Good. Thank you, Nigel.
Sir, and he does a full bow at the waist, very deeply. Obviously, Lucan, Varn, you would have heard this gong as well. Varn, you might have some idea of what it means.
I'm halfway to the table already.
Yes. You're downstairs already. Yes. So yes, you would know Varn, and allow me to open up.
Move away.
Yes.
I'm in the middle of going and decking out my wagon at the moment.
Oh, excellent. Let me. Would it
At
be
least in roll 20 anyway?
Yes. Would it be all right? Could I request just a very short intermission of 5 minutes?
Yeah.
And I'm going to prep our set piece, if you will.
Good, because I'm running to the bathroom.
Good. I just
No, I want to play D&D now.
So Ren goes up to Octavian. He's like, "So they're showing up now, and we'll have dinner in the game room or whatnot." God, can you imagine paying $5 to figure that information out? I mean, I just got it for free, man. It's so nice.
Strange. Normally, I'm not the one who is in a hurry.
He doesn't say that. I'm just fucking with you.
Well, I say what I said.
I said what I said. Yes. So feel free. Anyone. I don't know anyone who's stepped away, but certainly you could inquire with either Miss Lorelei, who is running around, or Nigel, if you require any directions or any formal wear, anything at all, and you would be led downstairs. You would see that there is a dining room being set by various footmen. And then they're also directing you to a game room, which is down the hall, to relax, have a cocktail, while they prepare the dinner. And I'm just gonna be one moment while I set something up.
Ren would accept formal clothing. be funny if they just like prepped like the hardcore boss music for the day.
Epic boss.
I've added a couple of things to a few of the combat playlists. Now that the Witch Queen soundtrack is out, they have some really good themes on. One of my favorite ones is the one that they use for the boss fight in the new raid. It's so good.
Those are always good, but they usually fade into the background for me after like 1 or 2 raids. I can't tell you how many times I did that fucking thing.
Yeah, a little bit, but yeah, I recommend listen to. It's called The First Disciple, and it's so fucking good.
Did you? What was that one raid? What was that one raid in the Lost City?
Oh, I forget what it's called, but it's the one that ends with like the giant like fallen mech.
No. The Lost City is the Fallen City, not the Lost City.
Oh, the Fallen City.
The Worm Lady. The one who was like really powerful and she was like the last of her kind.
Hold on, I'm trying to think. So,
Hillary Clinton?
Alta Glass, Crota's End, King's Fall, and then there's Wrath of the Machine. And there's all the different ones on the Leviathan. Then there's
Last Wish.
yeah, where you fight the Ahamkara. Yeah,
That was it.
Last
So-
Wish is still like, one of the hardest raids that they've ever put out, and it's partly because the Riven encounter has a bug in it that is very hard to deal with if you encounter.
When I did it, the couple times I did it was before they fixed the damage cap, so that you could actually kill her in one phase. Like as soon as she shows up, you just blast her with all your rockets as hard as you can after you weaken her. I did that raid so fucking many times just so I could get that exotic.
Yeah, 1,000 Voices.
That was it.
Yeah, 1,000 Voices was basically like the best DPS thing.
Fucking exploded shit. It was great.
Well, it got even crazier during Season of the Lost, which was the season leading up to Witch Queen, and it was a lot longer because they delayed Witch Queen. And the reason was because there was a mod that you could get from the seasonal artifact. So, like, you level up this artifact and you get mods that you can put in your armor and your weapons that change how you do things, and it was called particle deconstruction. And it could stack up 5 times, and every time you hit something with any type of fusion rifle, whether it's an exotic fusion rifle, regular one, linear fusion, they would get a stacking debuff that made them take more damage from fusion rifles.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and so certain fusion rifles would interact with that mod differently. So the way 1,000 Voices worked is that each individual explosion would create a stack. So you basically max it out on one burst. Yeah. So basically, if you weren't using a fusion rifle that season, you weren't doing a lot of damage.
You were dying.
Yeah. You weren't one phasing any bosses. It was fucking crazy, and I miss it because I love fusion rifles.
Oh, I can't remember. I think I did Last Wish over 100 times.
Yeah.
Just for that. I got everything else. Sometimes multiple times.
Yeah, they've been bringing back some D1 raids into D2, like right now both of Glass is in it, and the rework.
Really?
Yeah, the rework it's basically the same. They've just changed a couple things to make it a little bit more challenging, considering how much faster and stronger you are in D2.
Yeah.
So
I said they should have done that with Mercury.
Well, Mercury's not in the game anymore.
I know I mean, everyone hated Mercury.
Yeah.
But I was thinking that they should have done that on Mercury because it was just so easy to do. You literally just take the Infinite Forest.
Yeah, that's what everybody
and
thought.
make the D1 raids.
Yeah. Well, that's not what they're doing. But supposedly they're going to be bringing back another D1 raid next season, and I'm putting good money on it that it's King's Fall, considering what the Witch Queen is. You know, you're dealing with one of Warwick's siblings and everything like that.
Yeah, I heard about I've heard and seen what the Witch Queen is, and that is confusing.
Yeah. Well, the kind of story, the through line, that the kind of like theme that they've been doing over the last couple of years in terms of the story is that the light and the darkness are just forces, and it's the person using them that sort of influences how it's perceived. So, like, you know, you have guardians using darkness powers, but you know they're approaching it from a different angle mentally, so they're not getting corrupted by it in most cases.
Yeah, and I know that the Traveler and the Darkness are now both basically exist in the same place, and now there's someone that's called like the Voice. That's actually
There's the voice of the dark, the voice in the darkness, or the witness is
the Witness. That was it.
It's basically the leader of Dark Fleet. It's the thing that supposedly created the darkness, but doesn't control it in the same way that like we've come to think. Like, we used to think that the darkness was just like an all-encompassing thing. It was this uniform thing that had minions and whatnot, but now it seems like it's more of like, okay, darkness is just kind of power, and the
It's just kind of there. It's not even good or bad.
The thing behind it that is orchestrating all of the stuff that is allied, quote unquote, with darkness. And yeah, so, but we've got like this cool like coalition going on with the light, where the Guardians of the Last City are working with some of the Cabal with
and some of the Fallen, I've heard.
Yeah, we have the House of Light, led by Mithrax, who was the guy. He was the allied Fallen that would you would initiate the quest to get Outbreak perfected, the 0 hour mission.
Yes.
Yeah, that
him.
guy.
He didn't
Yeah,
talk.
Mithrax.
No, yeah, he did
Mithrax
talk.
is cool.
I mean, he got us Outbreak.
Yeah,
I love
so he
that
helped us
fucking
get
gun.
Outbreak, and on top of that, one of the seasons last year was entirely focused around his people integrating with the city, and how that was very messy.
Yeah.
And now he's like best friend with Saint 14, who is kind of like the Fallen's boogeyman. You know,
Isn't Saint 14 like everyone's boogeyman? Like, it was the Vex's memorial, the Fallen's boogeyman, and I don't think the Hive ever thought anything of him.
No, we never really encountered any of the Hive, but yeah, it's just Saint 14 is best buddies with Mithrax. Yeah, and like Mithrax is still out there doing stuff, but I was really hoping that season, that storyline was going to end with Mithrax like getting killed by something, and then a ghost brings him back to life. Because if there's any Fallen that deserves to be a guardian, it's Mithrax. He still like actively worships the Traveler and everything like that. And he's like,
but it was never about worship. It was what was the thing that the speaker always said?
Yeah, it's about sacrifice and devotion and everything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, you know, if there was anybody who was like, you know,
willing to go beyond,
deserving, if there's any Fallen that was deserving to get that treatment, I think Mithrax would have been it. But yeah, we'll see.
We got the Prince. We got the fucking Prince who was brought back.
And now
fuck that guy.
Yeah, well, the thing is what's cool about Aldrin is that the Crow is that Crow is a totally different person. He's so nice, and he's so kind-hearted and sympathetic and empathetic. And the current season, we're in Season of the Haunted. What's going on is the Leviathan has come back from the weird anomalies that are keeping some of the planets away. Callus is like controlling things of the darkness and is saying he's like a new disciple of the Witness and everything like that. And there are nightmares that are, you know, tormenting people. And Crow is being tormented by Aldrin. Zavala is being tormented by his wife from his backstory. And then Keitel is being tormented by Gaul. And one of the first like major missions that you do, you are basically trying to help Crow get over his trauma, his past, and knowing everything that Aldrin did before he died, and why everybody looks at him weird.
Yeah, well, I expected that something like that would have happened because when you die, you don't remember your life before.
Mhm.
That was their whole thing.
Yeah.
So
Thanks to Savathun and fucking magic,
went
he
out
now
the
knows.
fucking window.
And now he knows.
Doesn't everybody know now?
Well, everybody knows because of the way that he looks. He doesn't.
I
look
meant like
any
the
different.
past. Doesn't
Yeah.
everyone like have access to their past now?
No, well, no. So Guardians don't remember who they were innately. They can remember through certain circumstances. Like Anna Bray knows who she was beforehand because when she woke up, she was in her lab coat and had her name tag on it, and she was able to do like research in like
In the
Clovis
Bray
Bray.
facilities.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
basically figure, oh, okay, this is who I am.
This is who I was. This is
Who I was, and so she goes by her original name. But you know, the player guardian, all of the Vanguard, and all the other guardians that are out there, you know, they're
They
blank.
go by the
They figure out who they are afterwards.
Saint 14 is always going to be Saint 14, regardless of what his name was before. I mean, I know the story as to what. First of all, I'm going to ask Alice, are you back?
Yep.
Okay, then
We'll
we can
stop
just go
talking.
ahead and stop. Yeah.
Sorry.
I was actually enjoying that.
Nerds.
Destiny lore
Sorry.
is great. It's actually good.
It's not as bad as Kingdom Hearts either, where you just want to bash your head against the wall.
I
I love Kingdom Hearts, but fuck everything.
Kingdom Hearts. I just want to quickly, I want to quickly check in with everybody. B, are you heading up the stairs, down the stairs?
Yeah, that gong rose me, so I'd be heading down the stairs.
Versailles, were you heading up the stairs?
I think Versailles and I were getting dressed for the dinner.
I'm already dressed.
Excellent. Elaine, you there?
At least according to the last things that we had said to each other in the chat.
Okay.
Which I do find funny that me and Versailles are the only ones who constantly use the chat.
To be fair, there are a lot of people in this game, so.
True.
Yeah. No, I like.
And we don't ever want to interrupt you guys either. Or at
I
least
That's
like
not-
usually when Ren's doing stuff or Ren's not there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ren. So you have found your way to the billiard room.
Mm-hmm.
Great. So you're down there, and you've put on, I assume, some sort of like a doublet or.
Whatever fancy clothes he was given.
Yes, Nigel would have been overly pleased to find you something. You would have found that he has quite the wardrobe available for these occasions, and would have found something that suited you and your taste perfectly.
I'm fairly sure, giving that information, Nigel and I would be dire enemies, because he would continually try to dress me as a child. And that's definitely not Varn.
Running up the stairs past you, B, as you're coming down, you would see Adney, who would almost bump into you and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, B. Did you hear there's going to be a dinner party? We have to get ready."
Oh, I am ready.
Excellent.
I'm in my greatest dirt suit.
I'm in the nicest clothes that were given to me.
But what happened to your hat?
Oh, that wasn't my hat.
Do you need a hat?
Nah, I don't need a hat. I'll just brush my hair.
With that, she would say, "I'm going to try to find Lorelai," and you would see her run upstairs towards the bedroom areas. And Lucan, are you in the front hall?
I'm heading up the stairs to go get dressed.
Excellent.
In my finest robe.
Excellent. Perfect.
As a wizard, I have a appearance to uphold, which is robes. Always robes.
Yes, and excellent. Yes, and Nigel would eye you as you're going up the stairs and say, "If you need any help at all, sir, you must need only ask."
Only if you got a really fancy robe that's fancier than the one I have.
He points and says, This one you're wearing now, or do you have a fancier one upstairs?
This is one of yours, so I got a fancier one upstairs.
Ah, then I will leave you to it, sir. If you need any assistance at all, you will need to most only ask.
Will do.
And you can tell that he's just really excited to do his job. He's not trying to bother you.
No,
Yeah.
he's just doing his thing.
Absolutely.
This is I am still wearing the green robe, so it's like this is one of his.
Yes. And just to be clear, the staircase down is over here. And
That's where it is. Interesting.
yes, sorry, I keep forgetting what I've polygoned and what I've not polygoned.
No worries.
Let me do
Hi, Versailles.
this.
Welcome back.
Yes, and you would see that there is like a large dance area with a very like a dance floor with a large, it's a big open area with a large chandelier with these huge 10-foot tall windows overlooking the rose garden, and then around the corner is the staircase which leads to the first level, where Nigel has directed any guests who may be passing. Excellent. I want to check in with Varn. Varn, how are we doing?
Varn is currently bitching and complaining, trying to go and sort out this fucking child's outfit that he is probably about to tear to shreds at this point. But, he is sitting very miserably in a chair at the table, complaining in Goblin. Because that's what goblins do.
Okay.
But,
are you at the table in your room, you mean, or are you at the dining table?
No. He knows what that bell goes and means.
Yeah.
I just haven't moved my token.
Yes, so as you approach the dining area, you would see that there actually are. One second. As the gong is rung, signaling that dinner approaches, you would be directed downstairs and down a long hallway. White wainscoting lining the walls with long purple runners laid across green marble tile. You would get a glimpse of the dining room being set, a footman carefully measuring the distance between forks. As Varn comes up, hops up into a chair, the footman would simply say, Lord Varn, just would you give us a few moments, please?
You going to give me other clothes?
No, but I think I can get you some appetizers from the... Did you say clothes? You need something to wear.
Have you seen this monkey suit?
The footman eyes you, and he pulls from his pocket a bell, which he rings. And in just a moment, you would hear Nigel running down the stairs. And he would come over. Where are you, Varn? Oh, there you are.
I'm at the table right now.
Yeah. And he would say, yes. Varn, is there a problem?
As Nigel walks in, Varn is going to scream "demon" and point at him.
He freezes, his arms outstretched, and he exchanges a nervous look with the footman.
What'd you do with my other clothes?
Oh, well, we had to launder them. The guests were complaining about the smell, Varn.
Go get them. Right now.
He motions
Wet or
to...
dry, don't matter. Just now.
He motions to the footman, who gives him a look, and he says, I'll finish up here. He says, just a moment, Varn. If you'll return to your quarters, I'll have Matthias bring them to you right away. And Nigel goes around, and now he's measuring, and he's fixing all the glasses. He's turning them all 30 degrees or so. He's checking them and seeing how the light of the chandelier reflects off them.
Varn's eyes widen, and he probably bolts over the table, disrupting everything.
Nigel hisses in. He sucks air in through his gritted teeth as Matthias, the footman, comes back with with your outfit on a hanger, and he says, "Vaughn," and he holds it out for you, and you see that it has been hung and wrapped in a certain type of translucent silk.
Varn squeeze like a little child who's just been given his favorite toy, and then notices all the extra, and he goes and starts sobbing.
You try and turn me into a monkey.
Nigel sort of...
I think monkeys are more sophisticated than you, sir.
Yeah. Nigel sort of looks and says, Vaughn, I've been more than fair with you. If you don't get off my dining table right now, and he lets the sentence hang.
Varn hops to a chair and swats the clothes out of the guy's hand
Mm-hmm.
and goes and grumbles and stalks into his room and continues to bitch and complain about fancy shenanigans of humans and the like. But yeah, he does go in and while bitching, he goes in and changes.
Octavian, as you are coming down the hallway, you might just catch the tail end of this and see Varn with a suit of clothes on a hanger.
What was the fucking movie? There was some movie about like two little kids that were like from the, I don't know if it was the 1800s or whatnot, but like they were dressed up in this like fucking weird ass looking, almost like a matador suit, but much heavier clothing and whatnot.
Are you lucid
like,
dreaming right now?
Children.
What's happening?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Okay.
But that's what Varn is currently wearing, I'd imagine.
I was gonna say Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
I know, right?
Are you Napoleon?
Dunstan checks
Maybe?
in.
Maybe. Yeah, you know what? We'll just go with Napoleon on that one. Yeah, he's bitching and complaining about it.
There's Varn checks in. If I had more time, I'd Photoshop Varn checks in.
Oh God.
Excellent. Have I checked in with everyone?
I think so, yeah.
I think so.
Excellent.
So, I remember something being mentioned in the game room. So was nothing happening in the billiard room, or?
Yes. Indeed. As you enter, you would actually see. Well, actually, hold on. So you are shown into you're directed to a room with a large billiard table in the center, racks of wine on a credenza flanked by a punch bowl. There's several large plush easy chairs set around a fireplace which has recently been sparked to life. Sitting in one of the chairs, swirling a drink absent-mindedly, there is a tall woman in a taut scarlet red dress, tightly laced corset, giving a sharp hourglass figure. She has long honey blonde locks and curls cascaded across her shoulders. Her face is colored with dark makeup and deep sapphire eyes and rich red lipstick adorning her lips. She turns her head at the sound of the door opening, her gaze looking to Ren. And she says, "Oh, well, what have I done to deserve the honor of your company?"
I guess you walked in the door, which apparently doesn't take much here, does it?
Damn.
She'd say, well, it's my lucky evening, it seems. And she holds out her hand and says, pleased to meet you.
Not usually his situation. His friend would take his hand or take her hand and bow. My name is Renvaro, and you, ma'am?
You may call me Lila. As you take her hand, you would notice that she has several rings on her fingers, sparkling diamonds and gemstones.
Oh, Lila, we only arrived yesterday, but I hadn't seen you. Did you just arrive with the group today?
Yes, I did. I've arrived recently with my fiancée.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well, my guess is that's the Lord Killian, correct? I've been told he was accompanied by a beautiful woman.
Ah, I see my reputation precedes itself. Have you met my Bubsy?
What?
Blink, blank. What?
Oh. I like as a player, I had no, it took me a while. I'm like, what the fuck did you just say?
What did you say to me?
You're killing me.
No, we were very much looking forward to it, my companions and I. We're in need of travel, and we've been told that he's the one that can make it happen.
She would, as you let go of her hand, she would let her arm sort of brush against her fingers brush against your arm run, and she'd say, "Well, I didn't know that Mother Daragon had such strapping men in her acquaintance. I think I can whisper a word into Bubsy's ear and see what we can't accomplish."
Any help that we could get would be most appreciated. I worry that not all my companions will clean up as nice as I do, so we can use all the help we can get, can't we?
I can't imagine how we could improve much from the current view.
And in struts Varn.
Is she wearing a sash that says "World Champion Gold Digger" or what?
You see a recently used shovel in the corner.
Right.
No, that's the tramp stamp on her back.
Oh dear.
There we go.
Savage today, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just a touch.
Woke up and chose violence.
Every day. Every day.
If there's a brief bit of time, I'll at least ask Lucan if he could prestidigitate my armor a little bit, just clean it, because I haven't touched it in a while.
Sure. And he
Imagine
will.
take like a minute or so.
Nope. It's at will, and it takes one action.
Well, yeah, but you can take an action every.
So it's like 1 square foot at a time, isn't it?
1 cubic
one
foot.
cubic foot.
Wow.
So. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe a minute. So yeah, he would snap his fingers a couple times and then get your armor all nice and clean.
Are you doing?
He's standing there in his completely jet black robe.
Are you standing right here?
Yeah, I'll move over here.
As you're doing this, Nigel, who is fixing the mess Varn left on the table, he's wiping up several spilled water goblets and he's remeasuring everything. He'd say, "Master Lucan, your robes are exquisite, but Lord Octavian, I wish you had told me. I could have buffed that armor out for you this afternoon. I'm terribly sorry if I've let you down."
I look at Lucan doing the. Honestly, this is much quicker, and I would not take up any of your time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Indeed.
He gives a nod to Nigel. If you need some help cleaning up some of those stains, I can do that too. Might save you a lot of time from the literal goblin's mess.
I take exception to that.
Be happy I don't tie you back up again. So is that a no from Nigel?
What did you say?
Oh, I asked if he needs some help cleaning up the mess that the goblin made, like getting some of the stains out of the thing.
He would say, I wouldn't dream of asking for your assistance. I'm sure you'd like to enjoy your evening. I apologize.
Sure. I really have nothing to do, but if you don't want it, that's fine.
He sort of looks around and not seeing a footman, he says, "Do you mind this bit here?" And he just points to where there's a large spill that Varn left, and there's a big goblin footprint on the white linen.
He snapped his fingers and it's gone.
He says,
there you go.
He says, I'm in your debt, Master Lucan. If there's anything you need tonight, extra drink, or perhaps, if you'd like to change seats with or anything, please do let me know.
Just make sure that the goblin behaves himself, and I guess I wouldn't mind sitting next to Versailles so we can continue our conversation.
Consider it done. And he has 2 name cards, and he's moving them around a bit.
And once Octavian's all clean, he will make sure that his robes are all nice and straight, and make his way outside.
Okay, so he's going to hang out on the deck.
Yeah, he's just going to stand outside.
Patio area, excellent.
Yeah. Yeah, he has a goblet in his hand, but there's absolutely nothing in it, and no one knows where the goblet came from.
How do we know?
Yes.
Excellent. So I'll let folks settle in. They can join Ren, or they can join Lucan, or another location. And Ren. Let's see. Lila would, after a moment. Hold on. Is 85 moving pieces. Okay. Yes, and I believe B, are you in the... has B come downstairs?
Yeah, I made my way into the kitchen. Or not the kitchen, the main dining hall.
Excellent. Excellent. And Octavian, where are you settling it? I believe you would see Versailles coming down the stairs behind you.
I mean, I'm just kind of waiting. I mean,
Okay.
it's not believe it's not polite to sit before everybody has gathered, especially if there's a noble guest or something like that.
Explain that to a goblin.
Yes.
Good luck.
I'm not going to, so
Yes.
I'm at least going to follow what protocol I can. So Octavian's more or less just waiting.
Okay. Nigel would have suggested strongly to Varn and anyone else, to just that they're still setting up the dining room, but he's not going to force you to leave. He's just, suggested that you would see footmen buzzing about, setting out plates, and you would see chefs buzzing back and forth. Even perhaps Mr. Monmo from earlier, you would see in his finest chef's whites inspecting the scene. And at this, you would actually, Ren, you would have Lila say to you, so, Mr. Varro, I have a problem.
And you suspect I might have a solution?
I know you have a solution, my dear.
Uh-oh.
I am intrigued and concerned.
She holds out her glass and says, I appear to be empty.
Oh, sure, let me get that for you. And he'll take the glass and just set it on a table.
Excellent. She would approach, looking as though she's going to say something, as from the side, you would actually see Lucan. You would see an older gentleman approaching.
There's a bit of a line here.
Yeah, I'll fix that. An older gentleman approaching from the garden, coming up the steps, and he would give you sort of a look.
I will give him a nod.
Mm-hmm. You'd say,
Good evening.
Harumph, harumph, yes. Good evening. I see that we have all sorts this evening. And as he comes in, Octavian, you might see an older gentleman come in and beeline for the game room. And Lila Ren is she picks up her drink and she kind of takes a step towards you, and she looks like she's going to try and place her hand on your shoulder as the door opens, and you see an older gentleman with long white hair and a white beard, and she says, Master Ren, you make quite a lovely cocktail. Oh, Bubsy, you've come back to your gumdrop. Come here, I've missed you so. And she runs over, and she's going to run over and just drape herself across this old man, who says, "Oh, harumph, harumph." And she's going to lead him to this large chair, push him back into it, slip the drink you made, Ren, into his hand.
Ren didn't make a drink.
Oh, I thought he'd made her
Just
drink.
put the drink on the counter next to him.
He took the empty glass and set it down.
Oh, the manners.
Yeah, I have a problem. Yeah, you do. Sit down.
The manners are severely lacking. She didn't realize that she's gonna pick up the glass, hand it to him, and he says, Gumdrop, why have you given me that empty glass with ice?" And she looks at it and she sort of shoots you a look, Ren, and then she's going to run over to the bar and start fixing him a cocktail. And she'd say, "I was just getting to know these fine young people. It appears they have business with us, Bubsy." And he looks up at Red and says, "Oh, is that so?" And of course, Octavian and Versailles, you would have seen the man go in a moment ago.
It would be so, Lord Killian. We have held your arrival with great anticipation.
Oh, anticipation? What's this? I have no business with this mangy lot.
Well, hopefully not much. We simply are looking to find travel down the river, and we were told you're the one that can make that happen.
I've just come up the river. We had business in a rather peculiar town near the port, Rosebrace. It's run by 3 halfling mayors. Allran, Zeranok, and Tippleduke. Each mayor runs a certain thing: law, trade, defense, and such. Curious place.
It's quite as I walk in, just kind of seeing a moment, and it's like, okay, that's probably the guy we gotta talk to. Yes, that is well and good, but we require travel to Aristine. Is that something that you can accommodate?
When Octavian comes in, Ren will kind of like walk up, and be like, yes, this is my one of our companions, Octavian. And to Octavian will whisper, "Not dressing up for the occasion? Did you kind of ignore Versailles' warning?"
I had loose ends in it.
You still look like you went a few rounds with the bull.
Either way, it would be acceptable where I am from.
You're from... No.
He doesn't have stress blues.
Yeah. Haven't had those in a long time.
Ron will kind of like it's just like he put his arm on his shoulder. He'll kind of like push him a little bit, like towards the door, before coming back over here.
As the blonde woman Lila, she has made a drink, and as she's walking by Octavian, she sort of walks a little too close to you, and she runs her fingers across your armor and says, "My," as she's going to head back over and give Lord Killian the beverage.
Oh, I wanted to say.
And he would say, "Aristine, yes, oh, that's different indeed. Harumph, yes. When the dwarves decided to invade by sea, a strange choice, seeing as how I don't think I've known a single dwarf who can swim. Harumph."
Yeah, I could definitely see that guy like that, Bob.
Hey, Ellis,
Yeah.
you're pronouncing her name wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lila?
It's Layla.
Layla. Layla.
We went over this a lot.
It's fine. It only took him like 2 campaigns to get Octavian's last name right.
Calventius.
Ren,
Everyone's been switching what my name actually is, so I haven't really complained. It's Lusan, Lusan, Lusan.
Ren will say, Lord Killian, have you had a chance to meet many dwarves? I sailed on a dwarven ship for a few years in my day.
Harumph, I have met all kinds in my business. Many dwarves. I've seen some as good sailors, but have you ever seen when they fall in, they sink like stones, they do. Harumph.
His dwarves are made of stone.
Well, I guess you may have a point. The dwarves I sailed with, they were, I guess, good enough not to fall.
Harumph. You're a sailor as well by trade. I always have need of good strapping lads.
At this, do you,
Oh, Oh, well, sorry. I was trying to give you a bit of room.
No, there's a reason for this.
Yes, do you own many boats of your own, Lord Killian?
Ah, I have a veritable fleet. Harumph, I was a captain once myself in my younger days, but I find it less agreeable to be on the sea these days, and I'd much rather sit here in a warm room with a cold drink and a beautiful woman than to be on the high seas with the salt in my face and my hands getting rubbed raw by those ropes.
Well, you're not wrong there, and the waters are dangerous times indeed. So, is there anything particular, perhaps down the river, you need help with, as you had strapping men? And at this point, he's going to kind of like roll his sleeves up to show his toned arms, and also he'll see his tiger stripe tattoos.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if he's a sailor, he's probably aware of who Ren is now.
He's gonna look at your tattoos. Layla has him a bit distracted, so he sort of gives them a passing glance, and there's not a flash of recognition yet. Let me check one thing. And then he would say, so you have great bit of experience. Perhaps we can come to some sort of an arrangement if you're looking for work. And he's very focused on Layla, not paying you too much attention.
As long as the work takes us down the river, something I'm sure can be worked out.
Of course. He'd say, when the Anatheon of Starin decided to lock down the ports and only allow those with the right blend of discretion and demonstrable loyalty to manage the waterways, it was a great decision. So you see, you can walk for a week to get to Erisarine across a rather inhospitable landscape, or you can sail in comfort aboard one of my ships, unhindered by any ruffians or scoundrels. It seems an easy choice to me, lad, but to each a fate that pleases them, as my father would say. And Layla's just running her fingers through his hair, just kind of keeping him very occupied.
Well, I've always felt more at home on the sea. At least that's me personal.
He'd say, yes.
No, you can go.
No, yes. So you just desire travel there? Just yourself? It's a simple errand. 50 gold can get you there. Very simple.
We have a few companions. We just like count in my head real quick.
Layla whispers something in his ear, and he would look and say, "Do you have a ship of your own waiting in Erisarine, perchance?"
We do.
And what registry is it?
Alice, what's the name of the boat?
The Magric.
Our boat is called the Magric.
And he sort of looks up, and he looks at you now, and he says, "That ship. It's been in port for a while. There's a matter of some unpaid fees."
That's been waiting for us.
It's been waiting quite a while, several months, I believe.
Well, we were stuck in the Verawood, if you believe it.
A fine tale, lad.
It is quite a tale, and I'd be happy to tell it to you over dinner.
I will keep our hostess quite amused, I'm sure. Yes, 50 gold each for passage, and then there'll be the matter of the unpaid docking fees for your ship.
That we'll handle when we get to Erisarine. Now, what about, you mentioned work, and perhaps in lieu of payment?
Oh, yes. We pay our sailors well. Those on the trade ship loading, we pay them well, and those on the escort frigates, we pay a bit more danger there.
Well, we are no strangers to danger.
He would say, "I'll have to check my registry, but I believe the matter of the Magric can be settled for 5,000 gold should do it."
We have been sitting around for 6 months, so Octavian just
That was out of
5,000.
character.
5,000. That seems a bit high. I know it has been a few months, but
Ren will just hold his hand up to Octavian.
Martin begins counting on his fingers, trying to figure out exactly what this is, what they're talking about.
As I said, the boat is irrelevant until we can get there, of course, so that takes precedence, and we'll deal with the rest later.
Lord Killian would give you a look and say, "Lad, you must recognize by this point that that fortunes have smiled rather upon me in my business. Things were hard for a while, but in the current climate, we're doing rather well. And do you think that we're doing rather well by being gullible, by letting former pirates to have a cheap ride back to their ship where they can board it and simply leave? I think not, lad."
There's always many ways to go about things, isn't there?
Well, there's more than one way to skin a cat, and I would like to keep things here amenable.
Ren would roll down his sleeves. I absolutely would too.
Yes. Well, I hate to talk. Yes, I hate to talk money in front of the fairer sex. It's rather distasteful. So if we can perhaps discuss business after dinner.
Oh, I'm not a fan of discussing money. I'll never see it as distasteful to discuss things in front of women.
At this, Versailles, are you hanging in the doorway?
She's kind of frozen there, just staring at Layla.
You would
as
actually,
if afraid.
You would see behind you. Actually, so is the door closed behind you, or are you kind of holding it open?
It's behind her. She's like right against the door.
You would feel a small push on it.
Okay, so she'll step inside a little further, but staying close to the wall as far away as possible.
Yeah. And then Ren, Octavian, and Versailles, you would see very, very tentatively in walks Adney. And it appears as though she has met with Lorelei, and she's changed into an off-the-shoulder lavender dress with a gossamer overlay, silver embroidery. It adds a noble air to the simple fabric, and it's been accented with a diamond tiara gifted by Lorelei. And she says, "Hello, I don't mean to interrupt. I was just wondering where you all went."
Martin goes and waves at her.
Aren't you on the table?
Huh?
Yeah,
Aren't you?
Varn, they're in a different room.
Oh,
You're over here.
sorry, I'm working on other things.
Are you okay, Vorm?
or it's just talking
No.
to himself over there.
No,
Oh, B's right next to him.
B and I are having a very lengthy discussion about herbs and spices and where to find them.
Yep. And
I could-
yeah.
Fantastic.
And
herbs
Varn
and
is
where
just
to find them.
randomly waving at the door.
Ren, with your passive
It's an A
perception,
and B conversation. See your way out.
I love an A and B. Ren, with your passive perception, you would notice as Adney enters, Layla glances at the door and she gives her an icy stare, and it appears as though her eyes, at this point for the first time, notice Versailles, and she frowns.
Do I notice that too? I have a passive of 17.
Yeah, if Adney entering, if it would have caught your attention.
Oh, definitely. Octavian's like on a swivel right now.
And I think Ren and Octavian, with your perception, is there? I forget. Is there passive insight? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
Yes.
Ren's is 19.
Yeah. With your passive insight, you might notice Ren. She looks for your goal. She looks a bit too much like herself.
And is also 17.
Yeah, she's looking very princessy.
Yeah, but the recognition from Layla
Layla.
Layla was towards Versailles, right?
It was, yeah. She gave Adney sort of an icy stare, and then she hadn't noticed Versailles until Adney walked in, and then she noticed the taller woman with the silvery hair standing in the corner, sort of behind Octavian a bit.
Ren would kind of stand from the cushion he's sitting on. Oh, Adney, we were well, this is the Lord Killian. We have been anticipating and just discussing a little business potential before dinner.
Oh, you've found Lord Killian. Pleased to meet you. And she lets her lavender dress out as she does a small curtsy, and she says, "I'm Adney." Ren's and sort of eyes you and says, "Daughter."
Don't like that.
Friend. Her friend. Would you have worked it out in advance? Would you have told her what to say?
I mean, if she kind of like hesitated, Ren would probably say like niece.
There you go. Niece. Ren's niece. Yes. Perfect.
If anyone's interested, Versailles' dress was posted in her chat, so that's what she's wearing right now, along with her hairstyle.
Mm-hmm.
Looks good.
And she has not stopped staring at Layla, looking like almost like she's between anger and about to run away.
In order to diffuse that, Ren would ask, and have you heard if dinner's almost ready?
She'd say, "Oh no, I was busy getting ready upstairs. Lorelai was oh so helpful. She even loaned me a bit of jewelry. I do have to give it back, but at least I can enjoy it for the evening."
Is that door open that she's standing in front of?
Yeah, I feel like it swings in, so I feel like she would have come in and let it be kind of slowly swinging shut behind her, so you could, you know.
You would probably glance over and see the two women stuck to the wall. Like, huh.
Yeah, you can move Adney anywhere there, Ellis.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah, she would have.
I was like, is she just standing behind Versailles? What the heck's going on?
Yeah, given an opportunity, she would have taken, a position close to Ren's side, introducing herself as his niece.
Gotcha. I guess he would come over and, like, listen for a bit, and then probably step in without saying much of a word of anything.
Ren would probably say, "Well, Lord Killian, we've given you a little to think about. Let's go check on that dinner and for you, shall we?" Kind of like look at Adney to motion like to leave.
1 second. As you do this, Layla, who appears to be eyeing Adney and Versailles, is going to get up off her chair, and she's going to take her glass and she slams it down on the pool table, and she'd say, she says, "I see your game now. You've brought these two in here to tempt my Bubsy. Well, he's my fiancé, and no one's going to steal him away from me."
Madam,
How loud is she screaming this?
Madam,
Yeah.
whatever thoughts you have, and whatever projected jealousy you may be experiencing, I assure you it is not the case. These are our traveling companions, and they will be coming with us should your lord decide it fit to transport us. Nothing more, nothing less. So take a few steps back, and do not insult my friends.
Give her the good old calm down. Ren, as Ren is attempting to usher Adney out, does she go?
Yes, yeah. I mean, if you're ushering her out, she would indeed follow your lead.
And Ren will kind of like pat Octavian on the shoulder again, and be like, "Yeah, you know what? I got it started. Have fun." And Ren is kind of like, as he passes Versailles, he's kind of going to give her like a serious look and kind of like eye the door to see if she will follow him.
Layla sort of screws up her face and she says, "How dare you!"
Who does she say that to? To me or
to? No, to Ren. As he's leaving.
What did Ren do? Octavian's the one that was rude.
True.
Yeah, but you're leaving the situation.
How dare I check on dinner?
You're exiting at the apex of a fight start. Therefore, you're kind of insulting her by turning your back on her.
I thought you gave her like a brush off and told her to calm down.
No.
No. I think I missed something.
Oh, I was out of character. I was commenting that Octavian just gave her a calm down.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you did. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, no. Octavian was like, hey, step back, stop projecting, and don't insult my friends.
Okay, so Layla has said, what she said.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Versailles now gonna lunge in around Octave and get like right up in Layla's face. Hey, back off. Last time we fought, I knocked you flat on your ass on the floor with one punch. Care to relive it again, mother? You status climbing whore.
Whoa. Oh, wow. Wait,
Maybe
what?
loses grip of his shield. Tink, tink.
Adney's like halfway out the door, hears this, and she just like pushes back on her foot and just like cranes her neck back in through the door as it's closing.
and Ren just past her, and he just like pinches the bridge of his nose.
It's never fucking simple.
Layla looks at you, Versailles, and says, "What are you playing at? What did you call me?"
You heard me. Or did you forget about the time you confessing to me that you spent time with Sir Ferris, having him look for the rip in your stockings?
And her face changes and she looks at you and she says, It can't, Versailles? My daughter is dead.
Fooled you, didn't I?
And she looks and she says, how old are you? It's what trickery is this?
That's
Perhaps you should listen to our tales of the Verrowood over dinner.
She doesn't deserve it, Octavian. She won't listen. She never has, and she never will.
Lord Killian stands up from the chair and says, "Hurrah! What is this nonsense? Layla, what is this? What is this lady saying?" And she comes over. She's looking at you with disbelief. Versailles, she says, not now, Bubsy. I just need a moment. And she's sort of patting him on the shoulder.
Tell me, what happened to Mason, too?
Oh, shit.
That is... Yes. Lord Killian would say, What, Mason? What's this? Your husband, who you said he was dead as well. Is this your daughter risen from the grave? What's happening? And she says, I don't rightly know. Versailles, she says, I think we all need a drink. And she just seems very, very perplexed.
Versailles will just leave without another word.
Sam will lean over to Octavian. I feel like I came in at the wrong time.
When Barnes not
Yes.
there, he'd start handing out bottles.
I'm gonna pick up my shield and just give you something to think about. See you at dinner. And I'll begin walking out.
Layla's going to attempt to accost Lucan on his way out or staying, whatever, and just say
He's
Yeah.
staying. He's
Yeah.
not doing anything. He just walked in late.
and say, you there, tell me it's one of your tricks. It's a trick. It has to be.
He will just open up his mouth and just close it again. Nope. That's, as far as I'm aware, that lady's name is Versailles.
And then, one second. And she'd say, the last time I saw my daughter, she was only 17, going to join the Legion. I thought she was dead.
She did join the Legion. And she's doing fine. She's over there.
She left with, but she left with
Black woman.
she left with Prince Wolfhair 11 to 12 years ago.
Remember that thing that that other guy said about being in the woods? Kind of true. A lot of magic, a lot of time, a lot of wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff.
Wibbly? Wobbly.
It's hard to explain. Best thing I got. He's just wiggling his fingers. Want a drink?
She nods, and she places her hands on the pool table, and she sort of her head falls down with her sort of blonde hair sort of cascading over her shoulders to kind of cover her face. She says, 18 years.
What year is it, anyways?
It is 1442.
When did I get stuck? We never did answer this the last time. When did I get pulled into the Verwood? Because I was in before them. I think it might be about the same time Versailles, maybe a little bit longer.
I thought you were outside and you saw all the bad stuff that happened at Tycon and you lived in it for years and years, and then you finally...
I did, but then I was captured and brought into the woods with Wolfhair.
It would depend on when you were going and stealing the shit from his camp.
It would be about the same time Versailles was there, or at least right, like a month. I think she said it was a month or two before she actually was assigned to this.
Well, I would think that you probably wouldn't start trying to go and steal shit from them until after you grew desperate. I mean, if you were living in an empty city for X amount of years, you probably had a fair amount of shit on you. So when they got lost, you may have been going and following them, and ended up going and getting lost with them. It may have been weeks until you would have gotten desperate enough to go and say, shit, I need to go and get stuff. All that stuff over there, well, that's fair game, and gone after it. So it may have been a month or two by your reckoning before you got that desperate to go and try to do it.
More than likely, but at that point, were they already in the Verwood?
More than likely.
If they were already in the Verwood and we were in there for about a month, I'd say about the same time Versailles went in then.
Why don't we talk after, because that's not the impression I had at all, actually. I thought you were so desperate living in, the ruins of Vanador for years and years, that you fell to necromancy and you needed it to survive, right? And you made your living as a wizard, and then
there was also the fact that I couldn't stay in Tycon because of the plague.
Yes.
So after a certain amount of time, it would push out into where he was, and he'd have to leave, which would make him much more desperate to start raiding.
Yeah. So Wolfhair left long before the plague started.
Yeah. Yeah, like that shit was going on during like the last year, like the year afterwards, and while Octavian was doing what he could with the what remains of the praetors and whatnot, and about a year or so after that had passed, that's when he left. So he didn't see any of the shit that happened with you afterwards, like all of the fallout of everything.
So okay, so he wouldn't be then there. So I think I'm getting the idea is that I would have been then there maybe maybe in between Versailles and Octavian's group, because I would have gotten my way in there because I wouldn't have left Tychon until the plague started to push that direction because he wouldn't be that desperate. He could have been catching like maybe he attacked the supply line and was captured then.
Yeah, so I just chatted in OOC, the Fall of Vanador timeline, which goes kind of week by week, actually.
Uh-huh.
Good lore, I hope. So you can see that the entire process took about 18 months from the death of the Emperor all the way to the disbanding of the Senate.
Gotcha.
And I
see
think,
it.
I believe it was the burning of Griffith Forest that forced you out. I think that's what we said, but we can retcon.
Yeah, we can discuss that later. It's not
Yeah.
super important right now.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
Can I tell you how super excited I am to discuss it with you, though? Oh my god.
I'm excited to figure out my backstory a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
But anyways, but he's definitely been in there for as long, if not longer, than Octavian at the very least. So how long have we been in there? 11 years.
Outside, yeah, it was about. They were in there for about 10 or 11 years, but it was only like a month to them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly right.
When we leave, and after everybody gets like their drink order, I'm gonna turn to Versailles and just say, "That handsy, fraternizing harlot is your mother.
Unfortunately.
I'm so sorry."
Me too.
Lucien would reach into his bag and pull out his jug and pour himself and her some wine. And for you, sir?
You mean Lord Killian?
Yes, Lord Killian.
He'd say, well, what type of spirit should one imbibe when one has seen a ghost?
A lot of wine.
So
And
be
magical.
it. So be it, my good friend.
Because it's classy.
You look like a strapping lad. Have you ever thought of taking up employment on a ship?
I cannot say I have, but I think I could probably do it. But I am, as you can see, and he'll gesture to himself, more of a arcane type.
No, you can't
So.
control the winds, can you?
Oh, but I can shoot lightning out of my hands.
Not yet. You can get. I can get that spell later.
Valuable skill that.
Or if I was a sorcerer, because what the hell was it? The lightning sorcerer. What was it?
Storm
Storm
sorcerer.
That was it. Storm sorcerers are great for fucking sailing.
Yeah, that's why there was one on the Ren's former pirate ship.
Yeah, they
fucking
don't get called
great.
lightning though, which is kind of a bummer.
It does suck, but I mean, if you were a pirate or you were any sort of sailing ship, the fact that you always have the wind at your back is freaking awesome.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's how they were such good pirates.
Wind's on our side, lads. That's all we need.
I was just thinking, I'm like, Lucien would have been like, hey, don't call her a ghost. I cuddled with her last
Oh god.
Odd.
I guess he'd be like, I don't think she was a ghost. She felt pretty real last night.
That could be taken
Zero
multiple ways.
context.
Ren,
Jesus Christ.
before Versailles kind of walks from Octavian's side, Ren and say, "Look, this guy's gonna be an asshole. We just steal a goddamn boat."
But as
I don't
was
know. Maybe I could find some way to get through my mother to get to him. Make it a little easier. Take down her pass. Like, take down her costs. Something.
Like, I tell you what, we're not paying 5,000 gold for fucking docking fees. That's
No.
ridiculous. He just made that number up. But if you think it's worth the effort, you can give it a shot. Oh, but as I said, if you don't get a real deal, let's steal a fucking boat. I've done it before.
I'm not paying that man a single silver. He's profiting off people's misery in these times.
Buddy, you work for the fucking government, alright? You don't really get to make a judgment on that.
It's true.
Granted, I haven't exactly worked for any government for the past 10 years, but sure. Whatever you say.
Look, we were both pirates. I'm just the one that admits it.
Fine,
Lord-
fair enough.
Lord Killador?
Killian.
He's had 10
Killian.
different names tonight. Kilimanjaro, Kilgore, Kilgrave.
I fuck up the name on purpose.
Lord Killian.
Ren's power move.
I am also one of the people that will be heading along that travel. But may I offer you something to maybe lower the price that you had offered before? I would offer my services once I gain significant enough power over the weather to always have the wind at your back, and possibly instant teleportation
Oh,
at a later time.
oh, interesting, interesting.
I could, of course, write up a contract for you if you like.
Oh,
And with my bag here, I can transport any goods that you have that you want to see taken over to a different location without much hassle.
he comes over this side of the table and stands kind of by you, Lucian, and says, I'm always one to explore a mutually beneficial transaction.
Well,
Much to
and
discuss.
he will reach into his bag. He will take the jug and put it back into his bag. As you can tell, I have a bag of holding. I'm sure you've seen them many times before.
Oh,
This one is a bit.
Yes.
Go ahead.
No, yeah, a useful bubble.
I myself have a very nice seal over this one that cannot be broken by anyone other than me. So it's quite easy to transport things that that no one else would. I'd want them to see. With a certain spell I've also picked up, I have an instant transportation to what was that city?
Oh, Erisarine.
Erisarine, from anywhere of my choice. All I need is a small bit of supply, or a small bit of arcane supplies, and I can instantly transport anything to Erisarine. And of course, when I get stronger and I gain access to my more in-depth, my more powerful spells, I should be able to transport your ships without even in the harshest of weathers.
I just noticed. B
What's
says.
up?
B says this is the magical spice I call MSG. I was just reading. Okay, Keith. Lord Killian would slap you on the back, Lucian, and say, yes, many details after dinner. I think we may be able to work out something yet. All hope is not lost. Harumph.
And said, I agree. I agree. And if you ever need some more, and he'll shake his glass, do feel free to ask me. I don't mind sliding over some of my personal supply.
It's a fine vintage. He takes a sip. Do we need a con save, or is it normal
No,
wine?
It's wine.
Okay.
By technical terms, you
Yeah.
do need a con save if you get intoxicated.
That's
but,
true.
I mean,
Yeah, he falls down. He's dead.
damn.
Damn, what a fucking lightweight.
Layla would. I mean, isn't it Leila? That's what threw me off. I'm sorry. Would come up behind him and say, "Enough business. I think I should talk to my daughter," and she sort of seems a little sad. Seems like
Probably should.
she's very hesitant.
I could
Ellis,
always
would I
switch
be
chair.
familiar with her?
What's that?
Would I be familiar with who she is, given how long I've been here?
Oh, yeah, you would have seen her around. She probably, you wouldn't have, like hung out, but you certainly would have seen her. Yeah.
All right. Varn would kind of go and blink repeatedly and go and point at Versailles. She your daughter? She just got here.
Still not the same room, man.
From what I can see, you guys are standing in front of the table
Over here.
that I am sitting at.
I would
Oh,
say the
that's
other
them.
ones are in the room.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, at any point, I mean, why wouldn't we say, Lucian, Lord Killian would say, shall we get to the table? Our hostess should be arriving. And then he pulls a pocket watch out. He says, at any moment. This should be the final gong.
He will nod and gesture and come and open the door. After you, sir and madam.
Lord Killian is extremely eager, walking in lockstep with you, Lucan, and Layla is lagging behind. She's sort of wringing her hands a bit, and her brow is furrowed as you're walking down the hall. Oops, sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, it's actually good if you keep doing it like that.
Okay.
It makes it look a lot more succinct.
Whoa, what happened?
I moved it, and
Okay.
you moved it.
Okay. And she's kind of lagging. So so Varn, I'll put you here, Lucan. Varn, you would see the familiar woman who you've seen before come around the corner, and she sort of just seems hesitant to take her seat.
Oh, that's fine. I wouldn't be saying anything if they weren't where I thought they were. Then
Okay.
he would have kept quiet.
Got it.
He's everywhere.
And at this, the gong will indeed ring again, and you would see Nigel would snap his fingers, and Kaldak, who's been waiting very patiently, would begin playing a very like some smooth jazz, perhaps, on his lute. And Nigel would say, "We may take our seats. I believe our hostess has arrived with our distinguished guest." And I believe, yes. Let us take our seats. Layla will sit sort of a bit far from you, Versailles, but certainly eyeing you across the table. You notice that her expression softened a bit. She seems more confused, perhaps even sad, than the aggressive, boisterous woman that you once knew. She seems very pensive. Ren, may I place you next to Octavian? Cobra?
Sorry, what?
May I place you next to Octavian?
You do whatever you want.
Okay, I'm just gonna...
Wait, no. Ren would not sit next to Octavian.
Well,
Put
whatever.
Adney between them.
Yeah, what if I put Adney in the middle?
That's fine.
Yeah. Adney was just kind of waiting to see where you were going. Excellent. And with that, Nigel would he would be looking out this window as Justin, do you have any dinner music? That's probably that might be a big ask.
I have a tavern playlist that's got like some more energetic stuff.
I could probably find some dinner music if needed.
Hold on, let me try this one. This
Yes.
one's got like other stuff on it.
From down the stairs, you would hear some clacking footsteps coming down the stairs, and Nigel looks at the staircase, and you would indeed see the Duchess Eloise Dustbluff. "Oh, Nigel, am I late for supper? Oh, hello, Lord Killian. This is very pleasant. Oh, pardon me. Oh." And she takes her seat. That's perfect. Thank you. Did you just put that on?
Yeah,
Lovely. Thank you.
yeah. I need to find more stuff. There's only like 26 songs on this one.
Oh, that's fine. And Nigel would throw open the doors. Having so many layer problems. Stepping aside. As enter two figures. Nigel would say, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, distinguished guests, our hostess, Mother Daragon." And you would see entering a female human. She looks to be about 85. She has golden tan skin, long gray hair, gray-green eyes. She's about 5'6" with a willowy build. And she has at her side a female lizard folk wearing a simple burgundy shirt with several golden rings on her fingers. And at this, you would see a familiar face. Trailing behind them. You would see Lady Faway. Why can't I grab her? Hold on.
Is she on the map layer, maybe?
Did I put her on the map layer? Yeah. Stupid map layer. And she comes from around the back, and she's sort of behind her, and you hear her say, "Mother, welcome back. I have much to tell you." And the older woman says, "Not now, daughter. We will have time to catch up after we dine. Is the Duchess here? We will need her approval for some agreements." Her voice still speaks loudly in Rosebrace, and the Duchess says, "Mother Darragorn, I'm right here. I'll be happy to speak with you." And Mother Darragorn nods and says, she says, "Distinguished guests, thank you for joining. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting."
It is no trouble.
She'd say, "I'd like to introduce a representative from our new frigate." And she gestures to the lizard folk, who steps forward, surveying the crowd. And she says, hold on. She says, "This is the first mate of the Tunbridge, our new frigate, which will patrol, making sure all of our trade vessels arrive without being hindered."
Ellis,
Yes, go.
is that scale?
Why don't you roll a perception roll?
I think
told
Ren
you,
recognizes scale. Okay.
I fucking told you. I told you, and you said I was being stupid.
The
You were being stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
The lizard folk would give a bow and say, "My apologies. The captain was delayed, but he should be joining us soon. I am First Mate Scale."
Well, wait, Doc's book said that Scale died.
Doc lied.
Talk aside.
To be fair, I don't think Doc was 100% right in the head anyways.
I went back
Because
and
it's written down doesn't make it right.
I went back and watched that session yesterday, and I don't think he did. But I can go double check it.
Nah, it's canon now. It's been said.
Yep.
Who's to say that, even so, who's to say that they stayed dead? We know that the beast is dealing with some fucked up shit, so.
Necromancy is very much a thing. Ask the guys out front.
Or the purple dragon sitting at the table.
Yeah, the first entry, the captain surrendered them to Umberly. Fox, Sai, Scale, Gilth, Tat. Too many to count. Old Devil out.
But were
You got
they
the-
dead when they were handed over? Or whatever? I mean, don't get me wrong. People get knocked out all the fucking time and look dead. Doesn't mean that they're actually dead.
And there's also a lot of ways to pay for people to come back from being dead.
True.
I've got Fox, Psy, Tack, Wheel, Boom, Blast, and Doc. I don't know.
I'm just going by what you sent me a couple weeks ago or whatever.
Oh, in the journal?
Yeah, Doc's journal.
Oh, perhaps it's an unreliable narrator.
Okay.
Yes, so she's bowed.
Meanwhile, Ellis, find reason for Scales to be alive.
And you would notice that at this, Nigel and Monmo have brought out quite a feast. They are bringing out. There's a appetizer of baked brie with a peppery raspberry jam, toasted bread points, thinly sliced smoked ham is being served now, and Mother Darragon takes her seat, and Scale and Fawe hang back, and she says, "Lord Killian, at last our work is done, and now I can meet our guests properly."
Most
doing
awkward
introductions
dinner
now.
party.
Lord Killian would say, "Oh, quite right, Mother Daragon, quite right. Now that we have the strong crew of a frigate to protect the waterways, we should have no more problem ferrying passengers and trade hither and thither, to and fro." Rumph. After the appetizer, the main course will be served, which is a roasted salmon with a grilled squash, zucchini, and onions. Roasted carrots, potatoes, and broccoli are also served. As Nigel is very attentive, making sure that white wine, ale, tea, rum, all drink options, all cups remain full as plates are cleared once people are through, and the conversation can continue as the main course is served.
Does Scale notice Ren?
You're sitting kind of in the back. You notice that she has not looked your way.
Okay.
I thought about it, and I don't think she has like the best eye line on you from where she's standing.
No, and Ren would definitely be avoiding her gaze.
Eye contact.
Well,
Lord-
it's certainly different from the stew in the forest. She's muttering to herself.
Couldn't agree more.
Layla
But
says,
then again, that goblin had some really good stew.
"Are you talking about Varn?"
Yeah, I was talking about Varn. I don't know what Versailles was talking about, but Lucille was
She's
talking about
talking
Varn.
about the food.
I meant like you said better than the food in the forest, and his first thought was Varn, who gave him soup.
Yep.
Everything else was eating rations.
Oh shit! Oh my god!
She's talking about the butter dish incident.
Oh.
Sometimes when you're in a situation like this, the solution presents itself. Layla says across the table, "You were in the forest?
Don't tell me you're deaf now.
Eating stew?"
No, twigs and rocks.
When did you eat twigs and rocks? That sounds
Shut up,
disgusting.
Lucian.
Oh, okay.
Poor Lucan.
Lord Killian looks over and says, "Harumph, that's true. I was going to hear the tale of the Varrowood. Master Wren, would you please tell us the tale?"
Idiot.
Ren just shakes his head.
"Come now, you were so eager before to regale us with tales. What better time for our mistress, for our hostess?" And Mother...
seeing that Ren is in distress, just go.
It's not. It's more just anger.
Mother Daragon would turn her attention from trade agreements and say, "Yes, Fawe told me that you were lost in the forest. You don't mean the Varrowood, surely?"
In
Yep.
fact, yes, we were trapped there for quite some time, and I'll omit the how we got there. Just change it to some errant magical effect when we were plundering a lost.
Blame Lucan.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Sure. Why not? I'll look to Lucan and just kind of lock eyes for a moment, or like you'll speak in my head and be like, "Blame me, blame me."
Yeah, it's just like, you got this. Blame it on me. I got this.
Unfortunately, our arcanist here was practicing his teleportation, and something to awry, and we found ourselves trapped inside the woods with some expert tracking by our patriots. We were able to. I just kind of go through a lot of it. I omit the stuff about like the Vandori and whatnot, but mostly talk about like we met like dryads and how we met B, and we had to take care of this flying creature and describe the fight with the creature and all that good stuff. And then we met a unicorn that saw our way out of the forest in far less time than what it would have actually taken. Blah blah.
As you're telling the story, Octavian, you notice that Kaldak stopped playing for a moment, and he's just looking at you, kind of slack-jawed, and he says, "You must let me write an epic poem about this battle."
I'd rather not.
Feel free. I hold no.
It's copyright.
Yeah, well,
Our friend here, though.
I am not opposed to it, but you should probably get the permission from the rest of the members of the group. Kaldak.
Uh-oh. I saw that.
Ren, with your massive perception, you notice that after the mention of your name, that a pair of eyes fell upon you.
She would not know his name.
Not his real name.
That's right. You were known as a tiger. That's right.
Yeah, he was called Tiger from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
Would the captain not have known his name?
I mean, Ren was with him for 10 years, so it's up to them if he was never once called Ren on the boat. That was the whole thing. No one ever used their real names.
Mm-hmm.
The only one with an actual name was the captain.
As the dinner continues, everyone's very amused by the story. Some more than others, and Kaldak seems to be. You see him scratching some notes on a pad. Eloise Dustbluff seems like she doesn't know what the hell is going on.
I get the feeling she's like that a lot.
Yeah, she's been drinking. She was day drinking.
Yeah. No,
Night
she's
drinking
not- she's
and
not
just
here.
drinking.
Yes. What was the wicked madness? What color was it?
Was sickly green.
Oh my goodness. You know, my hat was green earlier, wasn't it? You saw it far away, didn't you? My hat. I have a color-changing hat.
What's the range on that?
Prestidigitation
10 feet.
10 feet. Yeah, too far.
Yeah, damn. I'm just gonna casually change the color of her
Do it
hat.
under the table. Do the somatics under the table.
And
Max for him is just a snap, so he
as,
just snaps out of nowhere.
as the main course is coming to an end, you'd see Fawe gesture to Nigel, who begins to order the serving of a dessert. They bring out a bread pudding with a caramel sauce, and there's mugs of black coffee, certainly some brandies available. And as the dessert continues, you'd see some side conversations forming, and anyone who'd like to talk to anyone in particular is free to do so, as side groups kind of begin forming as the dinner winds down.
I'll just kind of lean in towards Lord Killian. So, Lord Killian, don't believe I had the opportunity to introduce myself.
Distractions.
My name is Octavian Calventius, and among most of the people here at the table, we traveled together, and you are in discussions to ferry us to Eris Serene. Have you given it any more thought?
Yeah.
Perhaps there might be something that, considering the tale we just told you, perhaps there may be something of use that you may have of us. Something that may require such a particular set of skills. In a way,
Sam would
to,
put his hand on his shoulder and says, "I was discussing with the good Lord some things that could be offered to him to help in this situation for travel."
Well, by all means, perhaps we can discuss and come to some sort of arrangement. All in all.
Would now be a good time, good Lord?
Oh, I generally find discussing business at the dinner table distasteful, but perhaps we could retire to the drawing room to finalize the contracts.
Sounds like a plan.
With your permission, of course, Mother Daragon. And she says, of course, thank you so much, all of you, for a lovely dinner. It's been lovely hearing about your various exploits. And now that we've secured the waterways with our new partnership, I think you can rest assured of a safe journey back to wherever you'd like to go.
Will you allow me to be paranoid for 1 second and throw divine sense real quick?
Oh, sure.
Undead aren't close by.
It's within 60 feet, and it does not detect things that are behind total cover.
So they wouldn't matter anyways, because we're inside of a building.
Yeah, it's pretty much anybody within the room, or anything within the room.
You're looking for
They're standing outside the window looking in.
Fiend, Fey, and
It's
Undead.
just-
Technically, that's full cover.
Fiend, Fey, Undead, anything affected by Hallow.
Hallow, yeah.
Or
No.
the object that has been consecrated or desecrated.
You do not get any pings.
Okay. Wanted to.
Fey. Wait, oh, whoa. Hold on 1 second.
What?
Hold on a second.
Uh-oh.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye.
Did I miss something? Oh, it was the other person.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was taken off for the night.
Good night, person.
Oh my god, it's getting late. What's it called, Octavian? My mind's going blank.
What?
Divine sense?
Thank you. Ugh. I'm trying a complete blank.
Vop, I did find out that a window, while being on the other side of it, does count as complete cover.
Really?
Yes, because it is technically something between you and the other person. So you can't target him with spells, because you can't directly target that person.
Right. Interesting.
Rule
I
that
thought it was the
things like,
weirdest...
like psionic spells, like Phantasmal Force or Phantasmal Killer can go through because they're effects that latch onto a target that you see.
Yes. That does...
But
that
like
does
you can't shoot a fireball and have it go through the window. It's gonna hit the
Correct.
window and explode.
Yes, because it does travel. Even though it's a point that you select, it does have to travel from your finger.
Yeah.
Something like
Do you need me to
lightning
post
bolt,
anything,
though.
Ella?
Sorry.
Are you looking things up?
Who, me?
Yeah. You said you needed a second. Did you need me to post anything like the divine sense or Hallow spell or anything? You have an idea?
No. What does it give you? The direction?
As an action, let's see. Presence as an action, awareness until your next turn. You know the location of any fiend, fey, or any fiend, celestial, or undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover, and I knew the type for each presence detected. Within this radius, I can also detect the presence of any object that has been consecrated or desecrated, as per the Hallow spell,
Okay.
which is a big long wall of text spell, but it's basically a: do you make something holy ground or do you make it unholy ground?
So just my question is, on the consecrated desecrated, does that go through cover?
No, because it says within the same radius, so I would imagine it follows the same rules that if it's not behind total cover.
Okay. You do get a ping.
Oh. From where?
You get a ping from the head of the table.
This head or
Yeah, I was gonna say, which head?
yeah, that head or that head?
You get a ping from Mother Daragon.
Okay. Is it a creature type or
Who's
is
right?
it a consecration or desecration?
You're getting a hint of a creature type.
Okay. Celestial, fiend, or undead.
You are getting a whiff, Octavian Calventius, of fiend.
Okay. But she's not obviously a tiefling, so.
Well, a fiend, I mean, tiefling wouldn't come up in that.
Yeah, that's true.
Um,
I think that's my personal rulings get in the way. I describe tieflings as having like a hint of fiendishness in them for detection spells, but they're not primarily fiends.
mhm.
Just kind of, as I kind of feel that, and kind of my eye just kind of turns over to her for like half a second, and then comes back.
Mhm.
I make no motion other than eyes. So unless somebody's looking in my eyes, they don't see anything.
Lord Killian stands and says, "So there, so Lucan, shall we do business?"
Of course. Of course, I'd like to take the good Octavian with me as well, as he is the voice of the group. I'd also think of taking our good friend Ren, but I actually don't really like the way he talks to me that much. He does say that.
Okay.
Anyone from the group who wishes to have a say may come. That is an open invitation.
As you're standing, Mother Daragon would look at you, standing up, and then she would, her eyes would fall on Adney for a moment, and she'd say, "My dear, where did you say you were from?" And
That's the thing. We didn't.
and Adney would say, "Oh, I'm from outside Neverwinter." She'd just kind of nod and say, "Very far from home."
Traveling with her uncle, I assume.
Yes.
Let's see. I will tell once we get to the door with Lucan, if nobody else is coming. I'll tell Lord Killian, make yourself comfortable. I have one thing I want to discuss with Lucan here.
Certainly, I could use a brandy. Are you coming, Layla? And her eyes are on Versailles, and she says, is Versailles leaving?
Versailles is gone.
Okay, and she'd say, "Yes, yes, Bubsy."
That will go for you as well, madam. All right. As they go and kind of close the door before I go in, I will whisper as quietly as I can to Lucan. Just go. Do not be alarmed, but I can detect certain things. Somebody at that table is not what they appear to be.
He will say back in his mind, 1 for undead, 2 for Fae, 3 for fiend, and I can't remember the other 2.
So like hold my fingers, basically.
Yes.
3.
He will give a very imperceptible nod. I should also, and he will say this out loud. I should also say, Praetor, that I offered my services to the the Lord in order to help the price drop.
Perhaps using that as leverage, perhaps we can find a way to get all the fees waived. We just might have to kill a monster or 2.
And at worst, I can cover any fee that drops below a certain amount.
All right. Go inside.
As you are heading inside to do business with Lord Killian, you would see Scale step outside for a moment as Adney will lean over to you, Ren, and say, "This was an awful lot of fun. It's been a while since I've had a real dinner party."
Yes, it was something. I need to go back to the room.
But But Ren, the party.
Yeah,
just
Sue's
gives,
quite lovely. Now go hide.
he just gives her a look.
And she sort of, the smile fades from her face as she just kind of looks at you and nods. And she says, "Should I say goodnight or?"
That'd be fine, but I said just go back to the room and don't let anyone in that's not one of us.
She nods, and as she goes to leave, she turns to Fawe as Scale re-enters and whispers something to Daragon. She says, "A lovely party. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn in." And she scurries up the stairs. At this, Daragon would say, excellent, Scale. It appears as though the captain has chosen to grace us with his presence after all."
Fuck.
Good thing you told her to go upstairs.
And in through the door steps. Ren, are you holding your breath?
Someone else entirely.
Could be.
It's Andrew Lingenhall. You would see step through the door a familiar face. As Daragon says, "Oh, tell Lord Killian the captain has arrived." As in walks a familiar red-skinned tiefling with black horns and an eye patch over one eye. And he says, "Terribly sorry for being late. Have I missed the party, Mother Daragon?"
The moment he walks in, Ren just shouts, "Octavian!"
And it's like a serious voice.
Oh yeah.
I go, "Eyes up, loose end," and I'm going to charge out the door.
And Ren's got weapon drawn.
And we will pick up there next week. I hope everyone had fun. This has been good. I had a wonderful time.
Shit's going down. Most of y'all ain't dressed for the occasion.
It is.
I'm dressed for every occasion.
It is 1:30, so I don't want to.
Yeah, no, that's
Fair enough.
cool. All right, that went places.
Yeah.
We're trying to move pieces around the board a little bit, you know.
Those chess pieces don't look that accurate anymore, do they?
Oh, no. We're in the
Cobra,
lion's den.
Cobra, I was waiting for the last hour and a half for you to say, "Adney, go to bed."
Yeah.
You remember I told you, Cobra, earlier this week? I'm like, I would do a 4-hour dinner party in real time. I would.
Yeah.
All right, well, she can't be trusted.
Who?
Her.
The fiend.
She's perfectly.
Fiends by their very nature are evil creatures.
I said a whiff. There's nice ones.
There are
No.
nice fiends. There
are
are
nice fiends.
neutral fiends.
You met a very nice Rakshasa in Pilgrimage.
Mhm.
Okay, fine, but Rakshasas are, you know,
There you
they
go.
can
also
go either way.
There's also the fox ones, which only collect knowledge and don't really care for anything.
Oh, the Yugoloths?
Yeah.
Oh no, but they're neutral evil. They're just in it for themselves. So
Exactly.
they'll be so they'll kill you at a drop of a hat if it suits them. But
I will say that there was one thing I was going to do. As soon as you said get dressed for the occasion, he was going to dimension door out to go get his soldiers. He will give a slight bow and be like, "If you'll excuse me," and then just dimension door out upstairs to go get the soldiers to come down.
you can't mentally command them.
They can hear my commands if they can hear me.
Okay. Oh,
And I could set a preset thing that said if I give out a whistle or if something does specific, but in this situation, didn't really prepare for it. It was supposed to be a nice dinner party, and we're not.
I thought it was a lovely dinner party.
I did too, and I thought it was a really good breakfast too that Lucien just devoured with complete abandon.
Yes.
What did I miss? I had to leave for a second.
Oh, you missed a lot, apparently.
What's the
Well,
last?
I left right when Rin yelled Octavian.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you didn't miss
Yeah.
anything.
That was the
Yeah,
end.
no.
We ended session.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh
There-
boy, oh boy.
I really like to think that while everybody was sort of getting ready for dinner, and B and Varn were just kind of sitting at the table hanging out, we were just shooting the shit and just talking about food we enjoy, and just the
Oh, hell
thought
yeah.
of a giant, like, almost 7-foot furbolg looking down at a tiny goblin, both of them not very intelligent, just like, you like bread? I like bread.
I don't know.
Varn is extremely intelligent.
Oh, is Varn smart?
Varn is
Yeah, he's
actually
part
very
artificer.
smart.
What's your... what's
He's
your...
got a 16
playful.
intelligence.
That is almost twice mine.
Smartest goblin you've ever met.
No, really.
Why do you think he hates goblins?
I just
Still not
realized
the smartest
something,
person
though.
in the room.
I just realized something. So, we got Devil in there, and Devil was first mate, right? Cobra?
Of the Sunder, yes.
Of the Sunder, and now he's captain.
Yeah, they
Well,
said
somebody
that.
had to do it.
Yes.
Or he's captain of his own ship, and maybe Beast's still out there.
Yeah, Beast is alive. There's no question there.
He said that I believe Mother Daragon indicated that the ship was called the Tunbridge.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah,
mean, Ren
Dog-
blew up the Thunder, so, like...
Yeah, the Sunder's gone. But Doc confirmed that Beast is alive.
Right.
But don't
So.
forget, in
Even better, anime terms. He died off screen, no one mentioned it.
Mhm, so. Don't forget though, we did see in Aaronsport there were reports of some sort of a ghostly ship. It could have been
There's something going on.
It could have been someone had too much ale. We don't know.
I would hope it's not that Ren's whole thing was absolutely pointless.
I mean, they could always get another ship and just call it the Sunder.
Yeah.
So. If you take every plank off the boat and replace it with another plank, is it still the same boat?
Oh, the ship. With
Yes and no.
Since calling something the same is just basically a human perception.
The Sunder to the resundering.
The resundering.
I'll go ahead and click off my 4th level spell as I warp to the upstairs.
I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to is next week when Leg is back and Safeguard kicks the door open on the horse, right? Or whatever she wants to do.
Running through the halls.
Yes. I just want to tell everybody there is a small chance that I won't make it next week. I'm going to be awake. I'm going to be away camping, but there's going to be really good Wi-Fi, so I'll let you know. Like Thursday or whatever.
Then that's not camping.
If I've got solid Wi-Fi. Well, we're glamping.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's different then.
So we'll see. Although I don't know if I'm going, so I'll let you know early as I can.
I think we should just get a guest DM, and Ellis, you can just hang out, watch your Twitch. Does anybody know any other DMs that know this campaign like Ellis does?
I think there's 3 DMs in this campaign currently with us.
Yeah, at least.
His wife and kids.
I was gonna say, do you have like a brother or maybe like a friendly neighbor that like knows the campaign?
I mean,
Just-
a no cap like here in Daragon House, Elaine could do it.
really?
Yeah, because she created 90% of these characters.
All right, Elaine's backup DM.
Versailles is
okay.
outside currently relaxing.
Yeah.
Quotes.
No, it's not relaxing.
Quotes relaxing.
You
I
make
mean-
it
Using
more
your
like it.
cannot kill somebody.
Hey, you're gonna have a chance.
Elaine messaged me and was like, what if I call my mother a social climbing whore? I'm like, oh God, please do it. Please do it.
The thing I wanted to say when she got all handsy with me
Yeah.
was, hands yourself, harlot,
Ooh.
or hands where I can see them, something like that.
Yeah.
But I was like, nah, that's gonna fuck this up. But I really want to. maybe if I was playing Kadok, he
Kadok.
would have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Kadok.
Kadok
That's-
would not have held his tongue.
That's why I was laughing so hard when you guys talked about the gold digger and the tramp stamp thing, because you were getting outside of like the 4th wall breaking.
We were spot on, apparently.
Yes, you were. That was the point.
Hmm. Yeah, you picked up. He picked down one very
Oh
quickly.
boy.
The only one who she didn't go after was basically Luzanne and Ren.
And she didn't go after me at
Yeah.
all either.
Well, you were
No, she
in
went
that
after
room.
Ren.
Yeah, she was talking to Ren the whole time.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Sorry. She didn't go after Luzanne because by the time he showed up, the whole revelation happened, and he's just like, yeah, no,
Okay.
that's her as far as I'm aware. Yeah.
He walks into like the middle of an episode of Jerry Springer and is like, "What happened here?"
Yeah, right.
He would be. He is kind of like the extra in the background. It's just like, I'm not crazy, am I?
Hmm.
I don't know. Who are you?
I really
Insane.
yeah, I'm weird. I really like super social like okay, so like Justin, like one of like the most fun I've had. Like I've had fun in every campaign, but like one of my favorite memories was that huge ball where we met Marquis Vanon and everything. Right, that was
Oh
great.
yeah,
I
you get
love
to talk to all the.
I love the shit
counselors
out of
and
that.
whatnot.
Yeah, I like
Oh,
that
yeah.
kind of set piece, you know.
Yeah, I knew that you were gonna get a kick out of that, but I knew I had to ruin it at some point.
Oh yeah.
That's
Like
why I
this
let you
whole,
guys.
like-
That's why I let you guys like fuck around for a long time. I was like, you know what? At this point, I might as well just like end it on the reveal.
Oh
So,
yeah.
I just like the fact that we get to roleplay a lot.
Yeah.
Ellis, was there a reason for Sai and Ren were punished?
Oh, I don't know. You should maybe run that past someone next week. Run that past, Lucan or Faway or someone and tell them how you feel.
Ask in character why that's happening.
Hmm.
Well, Versailles already told him it was a nightmare.
We didn't get much time to talk about it.
Nightmares don't normally take away 5 max health.
Yeah. Well,
True.
maybe it has something to do with the fact that she's kind of a fiend. Maybe.
Well,
Maybe
she wasn't
there's
even
something
here
fucked up
though.
We don't know where she was.
It happened to I don't know if you guys remember. It happened to Octavian and Ren in Aaronsport as well.
Oh.
So if
Interesting.
Ren was to mention it to Octavian, he might say, "Oh, Ren, this happened to me once as well. How's my Octavian?"
It's not bad.
And you're already gone.
Yeah.
I don't hold to the accent very well, anyways. So.
Kind of like Wanda.
Yeah.
It comes and goes.
As long as I get it every now and then, it's fine.
Oh yeah.
As long as I get his pitch, the pitch is what I try to do most of the time.
Know which side you are on.
You all have a choice. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that. That was in air support. Interesting.
I play the long game on stuff, That's I don't know.
Yeah.
Cobra, are you still here? What's Ren's mental state?
Pissed off. I mean, what else would it be?
Is he receptive to talk?
If it was Scale, yeah, Scale and Owl are the only people on that were members of the Sunder that he is not KOS. So so if Devil didn't show up, he was going to get as many people as he could and try and talk to Scale. But there's no way, especially because Devil always hated Ren because Ren took his eye. So there's no way this is not immediate fight.
Unless someone intervenes, which seems possible.
I mean,
In the ballroom.
I mean, what if the Dowager Duchess Eloise Dustbluff jumps on the table and pulls out a longsword?
Can
Pretty
she
sure she's
hold
one
it
of them.
straight?
What if her
'Cause she's been
hat?
drinking all day?
What if her hat is a ranged weapon?
Would she fucking odd job?
No,
Ren would, if she throws it at Ren will catch it and throw it back. That's how monks work.
who's the guy? Who's the guy from Mortal Kombat who throws his hat? Was it Kung Lao?
Kung Lao.
Yeah, it's Kung Lao, motherfucker.
It's tiny drunk Kung Lao.
I love you knew that immediately, Elaine.
What?
I said you.
I love how you knew that immediately.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
I've played the game since number 2, so
Oh, sure.
Sick.
Absolutely.
Fucked. How many fatalities can you do by memory?
none.
Oh, okay.
No,
Cool, 'cause I
I
can't
could
either.
never
I'm
get
very
the button
bad at-
combos not fast enough.
Isn't start up Scorpion from the first one? It's the only I can remember.
I don't remember.
Liu Kang is
very
like
bad
half
at
circle
Mortal
back.
In fact,
I'm
I'm
like,
just
I
bad at
just
fighting
used
games.
the level hazards and took them out. So launch them into the acid pool, all that fun stuff.
Toasty.
Yeah. I think after this, whatever the party decides to do, I need like a couple sessions that are like simple with like minimal NPCs. This was exhausting.
Yeah.
I told you we could
Once this-
cut it down. You didn't want to.
It's like 20 different
Once
people.
this is done, we could just go out and start exploring it. Then you could just have fights without any actual reason for it.
Yeah, I
There's
know.
some wolves that
Yeah,
attack
pack
you.
of wolves, great. Sounds so relaxing.
Dude, how do you think I felt with Ball in Vigilantes? Like, that was a lot of people that I had to have prepped for.
Hmm.
In addition to all of the shit that Pigeon Man and Hostile were doing, so I had to basically be
Oh, I
doing
know.
like 3 sessions at once.
Oh, I know it.
And that map I had 10 fucking layers to it.
Which map?
The Acropolis.
Right.
Each level is its own map.
Yeah.
So, and because tokens are on their own layer, I had to keep things separate. Yeah, because I've been going back to that now that I'm mostly done with prep on a lot of other things. I'm kind of doing a little bit of Vigilantes here and there
Yeah.
for the return on that.
I'm very much looking forward to Return to Vigilantes as well as retaking Dragfort.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I still gotta talk to a couple people about Vigilantes because I know Cobra doesn't want to play Osric.
Hmm.
And-
Oh, Madcap. Oh.
Yeah. So we gotta find a tie-in for new person, and then Fox. Still need to talk to you about what you want to do.
Yeah, I think I was just gonna go with the Divinity Wizard.
Yeah, the Divination Wizard.
The
But,
Divination. Well, we both sucked. But yeah, I'll go with that. I just gotta figure out what race. I've been constantly going back and forth. I'm just like, I could go no.
Well, I'll tell you this.